Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Janelle John Bates, who is ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. By Her Excellency, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to Mr. Taharqa Obika. Whereas Senator Janelle John Bates is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of illness, now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Taharqa Obika, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 23rd of January 2026 and continuing during the absence of Senator Janelle John Bates by reason of illness. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President. Sender hands is 23rd day of January 2026. Honorable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath. Can we all stand?
I, Taharqa Obika, having been appointed a member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Public Business, Government Business, Bill, second reading.
Honorable Senators, the debate of the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Provide for Special Measures for Upholding and Preserving the Rule of Law, Public Order, Citizen Security, and Public Safety within certain geographically defined areas of Trinidad and Tobago, and for other related matters. Honorable Senators, there have been some 14 speakers on this bill thus far. The debate will now be resumed. I recognize Senator Phillip Alexander, the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Opposition.
Mr. President, thank you very much for the opportunity to join this very important debate. And having sat here, Mr. President, and listened to contributions from all sides, I have to say that while the majority of us are here about the people's business, other people are here specifically for politics. When I was told that I would be making a contribution here, I wanted to focus my contribution on specifically the people that live in the communities that may end up as a zone of special operations. Mr. President, a lot of business in Trinidad and Tobago that all of us take for granted, that is done online, that is delivered to your house. There are people in communities that have been stigmatized for decades as being hotspots that do not benefit from these services. There are communities in Trinidad and Tobago where the utility companies don't visit unless they are supported by police. And listening to the contributions from some on the other side, I wonder if they are disconnected from the plight of the people they call their supporters. Because in every opportunity to link a problem with anything that we bring, it gets narrowly focused on how it will affect the poor, and then that narrative gets further stretched to be focused on only primarily one race for political reasons, for naked political reasons. Nothing in this bill says that it can be used politically. But I have heard others admit that the Prime Minister and the national security apparatus already possess the powers of a state of emergency. They already possess that. And when a state of emergency is declared for whatever reasons, I heard the Attorney General when he said that this state of emergency that is coming to an end now was declared for a specific purpose and a specific reason. But they discovered that there were other benefits to a state of emergency, and that the numbers do not lie. All over the world, when governments are pressed into taking serious action, when you realize that an existential threat exists to your country, to your people, you as government have a responsibility to fix it. And what is baffling is I heard a former Attorney General say that he wrote a law similar to this law almost a decade ago and watched the murder rates climb year after year till it got to a mind-boggling, record-breaking 620-something murders. And you didn't deploy this tool? What did you do? Nothing. What did you do for your communities? I'll tell you what they did. One of the things they did is this. The Citizen Security Program was started in 2006 under the Patrick Manning PNM, focused on reducing crime and violence in 22 communities already named that were experiencing a disproportionately high incident of gun and gang violence. Incidentally, all those communities were PNM constituencies. The People's Partnership Government came into government in 2010, and after 9 months of scrutiny, the project expanded into 12 more communities, then focusing on 34 high-needs communities. Independent evaluations by the IDP, the UNDP, and local specialists determined that the program was indeed having a very positive impact on reducing crime and violence in the focus communities. Why then, in 2016, was the IDB loan stopped against the advice of the IDB, the TTPS, community groups, etc.? Why did the Rowley-led PNM end a program that was positively impacting on crime and violence reductions? Why did the PNM defund the program between 2015 until it was closed in 2022? Ultimately, coincidentally, ushering in 2 record years of homicides under the PNM in 2022 and then 2024. Any of you could explain this? We get a lot of information. We get breakdowns of constituency communities. I went on Google Maps to get the whole of Diego Martin West, just to use one constituency. You don't have to be living in Diego Martin West to know if I tell you Bagatelle, Covine, Rich Plain, La Puerta, Saganga, Big Yard, Scorpion, Abi Pujad, Point Cumana, Caranage. If I call those names, and then I call Goodwood Park, Victoria Gardens, Goodwood Gardens, Glencoe, Regents Park, West Moorings, we don't need to stigmatize. You already know from the news, from facts, that in these communities, the PNM government of the day abandoned the people to runaway crime. And that's why we find ourselves here today. Yes. Because the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa led UNC Coalition of Interest Government has a responsibility for the entire country. In no meeting do we say, leave the PNM to their thing. Leave them to their devices. All of the people in all of those communities that I just named deserve better representation. All of the people that live in those communities that are now already a zone of special operations led by gangs. It is the gangs that have them locked down. It is the gangs that have them getting home by 5:30. Imagine that. Imagine you living in a community and gang members could tell you what time to be inside your house and you dare not call the police. Because if you call the police, you and your loved ones could be in danger. Imagine that as a reality when we go to vote on this. Imagine living. Put all politics aside, you like me, you don't like me, you like anybody here, you don't like them. Forget all of that. All of us inside this chamber, we swear oaths, and our purpose is supposed to be, somebody said it, do no harm. Make life better. Imagine if this is the term. Imagine if this is the 5-year term where all of us together rescue these communities from gang violence. Imagine if this is the year and the term based on us enacting a law that would give the government and law enforcement the power, the tools to peg these gangs back and reclaim these communities and set the people free. Just imagine, with our votes here, we have that power. And yes, every single thing that anybody does to step to existential threats, an existential threat is cancer is an existential threat. Nobody in their right mind would put chemotherapy in their body. The chemicals that is chemotherapy, nobody in their right mind would put that in their body. It's poison. But it's the poison that you need to get rid of a bigger poison. Radiation strips your body of hair. You lose weight. You vomit for days. But you do these things because you see an opportunity to get better. And that is the purpose of the zones of special operations. Nobody in the government wants to have power to lock people down arbitrarily. We want the ability to put law enforcement to its proper job of giving the people back their rights and their freedom. That's the purpose of this. There will never be a perfect way to do this. That's the reality. We're dealing with violent crime and murderers. They have no conversations with them. They have no sit down and talk it out. This is deal with it time. I went, before this debate started, and I just wanted to check something. Because I remember in the 80s, New York City was the crime and murder capital of the world. Nobody wanted to go to New York. It was collapsing. When you read comic books, and you read about Gotham, and you read about Metropolis, and Superman and Batman, all of that is, the people were looking for superheroes because the heroes they had weren't working. And then you got people, names like Giuliani and Bratton, that came into office and decided to try something different. Take the crime to the criminals. And I invite any of you to use Google and to go and check two things. Check the murder statistics in New York City from the 80s to now. Starting in the 1980s, and I'm just using New York City as an example. $1,177 in 95, 983 in 1996, from a high of 1,814 murders in 1980, 1,500 to 1,900 per year, 1,905 murders in New York City in 1989. In the 90s, they instituted something called stop and frisk. Nobody liked that law. Nobody. Some police officers abused the power. But you know what happened? By 2019, from a high of 1990 had the highest record, 2,245 murders a year. From that high, it fell to 10%, 292. Chemotherapy, radiation, superpowers. Nobody liked the law. Every single law show, TV show, police show that we know, NYPD Blue, all of that, Law and Order, all of it is based on that. How New York City turned itself from being the crime and murder capital of the world to being the #1 tourism destination on the planet. By instituting harsh measures that were needed to stem the flow of violent crime and set the people free. That is the plan. Nothing else works. And I'd go so far to say that if we know a state of emergency works, and there are people that come on the social media threads when we talk about a 42% drop in violent crime, they say, because you have a state of emergency, stop the state of emergency and you go see. I ask them, how does this state of emergency affect you? Where's the restricted movement? If we don't say that there's a state of emergency, you really don't know. It doesn't affect you in any material way. It gives the police the authority to go after the criminals with heightened powers. But other than that, you aren't affected by it. You aren't. Let us the 3,000 people in the savannah last night having a good time. Yeah. Under a state of emergency. This state of emergency is almost invisible to the average person. And when you think about it, if that is the truth, then why can't we distill the powers of a state of emergency to put the grease to the squeaky wheel? And I hear them use community names. I wonder if they know Sangre Grande has a lot of good stuff going for it. I hear the fastest place to get your passport, the healthcare is fantastic, fastest growing communities, fastest growing hotspot. The gangs migrating from Laventille and Beetham to Sangre Grande. But the beauty of a zone of special operations is if Sangre Grande becomes violent and murderous, we can declare it a zone of special operations and clean it up before it takes root. There was a time the people of Rich Plain, and I know, because I lived a wall away from Rich Plain. My son grew up knowing the difference between gunshots and fireworks. He could tell you. And in Rich Plain, one community, there was an upper Rich Plain gang and a lower Rich Plain gang, and they were warring. If you weren't inside your house, locked down by 5 o'clock, you put yourself in danger. People drive into the West End police station across the road almost from Rich Plain to murder people. It was bad. The state of emergency is the only thing keeping a lid on these things now. And as the AG said, what happens when that ends? I heard a former commissioner of police on the TV saying, they're just waiting now. We cannot do that to the people of Trinidad and Tobago anymore. No government must abdicate its responsibility to the safety and the security of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. No government must do that again. And we are very mindful of every point raised. And I took notes. We are all taking notes. And we are guided. But I also hope that everyone in this room, besides those who care for naked politics, I hope that everybody else in this room takes their responsibility to the people seriously. This is not for me or us. This is for the people in those communities that in 2014 in Laventille, when there was something like a zone of special operations, reduced the murder to 1 in 3 months. And the people of Laventille had started going about their lives again. We have the chance, this chamber, this hallowed chamber, has the chance. We not perfect, none of us perfect. This law not perfect. Nothing about life is perfect. But the intention behind this law is perfect. The intention is to save lives and to give people back their freedom. And we could suggest the world of amendments. We'll never get to perfect. We'll never get to perfect. But reading the law, you realize that the courts are still there, the police complaints authority is still there, the Professional Standards Bureau is still there, Privy Council is still there. All of the things that are meant to safeguard the average Trinidadian from governmental abuse, they're still there and they apply to this. In fact, if you read this law, there are more safeguards here than there are for a state of emergency. They took their time to draft this to make sure that everybody's happy. And you know what I read as an activist? And I want to say that is activism brought me into this room. I am an activist. Yesterday, when I heard the Prime Minister announce that the 4 divers who were murdered in Paria, their families got money, as an activist who spent that entire carnival down in Paria, I was elated. And I understand Kamala Prasad, the Honorable Prime Minister's intentions here. And it is this. And it is what we are here to do. Where possible, rescue the people. None of us live, I'm assuming, in known hotspots. But I was hotspot. I was hotspot adjacent. And what was done to the people in Rich Plain and Covine and Factory Road. You ever went Factory Road? Anybody here went Factory Road ever in your life? Anybody? You went. You ever went Factory Road? Walk up inside Factory Road where the workers for Diamond Vale Industrial Estate live? Anybody ever went inside Waterhole in Cocorit? And see, in this marvelously wealthy country, this fortuitously located country, this blessed country where God is a Trinity, you want to see how these people live? The 2025 election, I ran for elections in Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. How many of you have reason to visit Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West? There are people living in Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. This is where they call home that have no rights. We are campaigning, and we cannot, well, not me, I could cross, but there are people with me that cannot cross the street. They can't come to the next side because they could get killed. Because the gangs control that area. How could that be our reality? $9 billion a year on national security. How could it be our reality that we spend this much money and get so much violence and murder in return? How is that possible? And then I listen to political platform debates where people are lamenting, crying big tears that KFC sales drop. And I'm asking, is it that they only judge the performance of the country by how well the 1% are doing? Why is it so hard for them to understand that the people they say they speak for deserve representation too? Why is it so hard for them to understand that? That jobs, healthcare, education, security, food, all of these things that go to give up people a life, a good quality of life, that's what we want. We talk about Dubai, we talk about Japan, we talk about Finland, Sweden, Norway. We talk about countries where law enforcement is as invisible as this state of emergency unless you are breaking the law. I watched a video with a guy and he said, this is my laptop, this is my iPad, this is my wallet, this is my car keys. This is a food court. I am leaving this here and I am going for 3 hours. In a mall in Japan. He said the stores in this mall have no doors. They have these little purple ropes like the bank with a clip. Because nobody interferes with anybody else's property, because the law response will be swift and it will be severe. And when you live in a country like Singapore, the people in Singapore, they will tell you, don't put God out your thoughts. They have no negotiating with the results. It'll be fast, it'll be swift, it'll be severe. I watched a president of the United States beg for a man who went in the people country and spray paint graffiti. And they sentenced him to 6 lashes with the cane. And the Globe tried to get them to say, okay, we'll reduce it to 4. But he will get his lashes. Because to do otherwise is to encourage lawlessness. And they're not about that. And that is where Trinidad and Tobago has to get. We have to get to a place where the people of this country know that that opportunities abound. Listen, I am in, besides being an activist where I am on the ground and I have been dealing with people for decades. People, my son in the viewing gallery, he is 32 years old. He has spent 31 Christmas days feeding the homeless in Porter's Bay. He has known. Senator Brown planted a tree with me opposite the Archbishop House in 2010. He knows. His leader, Penelope Beckers, walked with me to save the children, enforce the laws, give us a children's authority. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, the Honorable Prime Minister, said yes. Here's a children's authority. Crimes against children are down. We march against dangerous dogs. People say, there are people who love dogs more than children. But they were breeding pit bulls, and you were reading on social media the literal kills associated with dogs that was driving the prices up. And when we finally got I remember a mother, she was a security guard on Mother's Day. She was leaving her house to go to take a taxi to go to work as a security guard. And a person who was breeding pit bulls ate the dog's escape and mauled the woman to death. We were getting maulings, murders, 2 and 3 a week. Dangerous Dog Act. When last you heard that? When last you heard that? The law and the enforcement of the law is the solution. The law and the enforcement of the law is the solution. We spoke about very recently the Motor Vehicle Act that we just did. And there was a reason, I heard Minister Zakur say, 100 million people in license in office. Because they see a man post a picture of him getting $19,000 in fines. And nobody else wanted that. And Trinidadians learned lessons well. Because if all you need is one person to say, they're serious about this, everybody else done. Everybody in license in office getting regularized. Not so. Everybody getting, they were driving without permits for years. If you stop me and give me a ticket, I'll go and do it. But that's how we were living. We've allowed crime and violent crime. I remember the first time I was in a reamer and I was driving with one of my workers donkey years ago. And they told me, so those of you who are a little older will remember this. The first time I heard of a gang in Trinidad, I laughed. I said, Trinidad have a gang? And it was called the Young and the Restless. You all remember that? There was a gang called the Young and the Restless. And at that point, I said, well, that ain't gonna last long. Police could deal with that. But we reached to the point where gangs and gang violence cost Trinidad and Tobago our relationship with the United Kingdom. We can't even go there without a visa anymore. They put visas in place because of gangs in Trinidad and Tobago who were taking advantage of the free entry into their countries and to claim asylum and to export their violence into countries that didn't want it. Nobody is no decent, unless you're a sociopath, nobody is going to stand up here and defend giving police extrajudicial powers. But if it is absolutely necessary to stop the madness, I tell people we got to a place where things happened and we just let it go. Somebody's child was taking driving lessons driving through Cocorite, and a bullet coming out of Cocorite killed that child. Killed the child. That is what became normal. And I hear Senator Dan Paul asking who's paying for the zones. I don't care if it's my dilemma. Let me fix it. We have to fix this country. All of the parents in this room, I went to St. Mary's College. And I walked home to Woodbrook. We don't come for that. But I was just making a point. Don't come for that. I walked home every afternoon from St. Mary's College to Woodbrook. Normal. My son went to St. Mary's College. I was the first parent in the car park every evening. In a generation, we went from freedom, parents throw you out of the house, come back on the streets, come on. We went from that to helicopter parents. No parent that love their children, let their children out their eyesight. The country went mad. It went mad. In 10 years, we've lost the plot. Thank God for Kamala Prasad Bisesa. In our first 9 months, add to the legislative agenda. Make sure that we are going to protect all the people. And I know this is better medicine time. So I deal in, because I in the West, plenty of my colleagues who don't live in the West, they don't understand that to the people west of the lighthouse, they think my phone is the government phone. Anything that we do that they don't like, they're calling up my name like frogs singing in rainy season. Well, I have to. Phillip will fix it. And I am proud to be part of a government with people like my brother, Candice Leroy Baptiste, Chaitan-Maharaj, Ravi Ratiram, just to name a few. These are people who have all given their lives to service of the people. I mean, we all know. The first couple of weeks, and I'm telling you because I'm probably the newest newbie here, the first couple of weeks of everybody loving, oh, good, you have title, you have position, you have play. This is hard work. We've spent 9 days this week in this room. This is not for the faint-hearted. This is not to be taken lightly. If we hear, let us make good and proper use of the time. Kamala Prasad Bisesa, as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, has a vision for this country. Drugs are down. School violence is down. We're not hearing about that. Prior to 2025, April 28, we were getting 2 and 3 videos a day. Children was walking through the streets like gangs, hooligans, walking up the road looking for the next set of people to beat. That gone. All they needed to see was 2 boys get scrambled by a police officer. Everybody now sitting down doing their homework. Everybody they want it. And I would strongly suggest to those on the other side, like when they were speaking for the people of Venezuela who told them, hush, or they're not living our lives. You don't know. You are protesting for the wrong things. Go, Coville. Go Bagatelle. Go Bagatelle. Before you vote, go Bagatelle. Before you vote, go Gonzales. Talk to people. What's your life like? Would you like here to be extra security? Would you like to know that Granny could be sitting down in the gallery and watching the children out on the road, kicking a little ball, liming? Wouldn't you like that? They have a whole generation who grew up not even knowing. Small goal on the road. Cricket in the street. A whole generation grew up not knowing what that is.
Gated security with extra security. Everybody.
Sorry?
More minutes.
Mr. President, it's amazing how time flies. I wanted to say that I want to consider everybody ultimately having good intentions. I want to believe, ultimately, political differences aside, everybody in this room wants to do the right thing. We all go in the same gas station, the same grocery, the same drugstore, the same market. We walk in the same mall, in the same street. We live in the same country. I want to go back to Trinidad. I remember the first time somebody told me, if you get a flat on the bottom, drive on the rim. I remember the first time somebody told me that. I thought it was a joke. Until I found out somebody got a flat on the bottom and stopped, and 6 people came and stripped everything from the car. I want to go back to Trinidad, where the people of Betham are not stigmatized by that. But all of the people who live in the Betham are not gangs, and all of the people who live in the Betham are not criminals, and that's the point. And I took to heart Senator Atts saying, we mustn't risk stigmatizing these communities, and I agree with that. And I said, in an opportunity to speak on the radio yesterday, I said, the purpose of this law is not to stigmatize or to target law-abiding, God-fearing people, tax-paying people. This is not for them. The purpose of this law is triage. This is intervention. This is the government of the day mounting a rescue. This is us coming to save you from a decade of failed policies. And all of the people who live in those communities, I am sending this message today because I have walked in every one of those constituencies I have named repeatedly. I want to send a message to them today. Your government hears you, we care about you, and we're coming to save you. Thank you.
Roberts-Radgman.
Thank you, Mr. President, for inviting me into debate at this time. Mr. President, let me start by just quickly addressing a few comments made by the first speaker for this afternoon's debate, Senator Phillip Alexander. Now, Senator Alexander, very early in his contribution, referred to the bill as poison, and poison it is indeed. And he gave the analogy of using chemotherapy to treat a cancer patient. And he said, you know, no one really wants to undergo chemotherapy, but it is a necessary ill. But I am certain that the medical doctors in our midst will tell us that before you treat a cancer patient with chemotherapy, that patient, alongside its doctors, undergo an assessment to determine whether or not the chemotherapy will be more harmful or if it would be more hurtful to the patient. And of course, if the assessment shows that chemotherapy is more harmful than it is to the patient, than it is harmful than it is helpful, then another alternative would be sought. As the Honorable Senator would have mentioned, do no harm. The second thing that Senator Alexander stated was that the intention of this bill is to save lives. I want to note that there is a difference between intention and outcome. So, for instance, on Tuesday, Senator Alexander, you'd have remembered that your intention was simply to look at your phone, and the outcome was you being asked to leave the chamber for 20 minutes. Just good jest. Finally, and I think this was the most valuable contribution made by Senator Alexander this afternoon. He advised us on this side that before we vote, we should go to Gonzales and we should go to different places and Rich Plain, and basically he outlined every place in Trinidad that no consultation was done. And he said, you know, you all should go there and you should consult with the people before you vote. And he's quite right, because this is what we have been saying. Talk to the people, consult with the people, see what they want, and then come back, consult with your fellow senators, and let us come up with a wholesome and holistic approach to this thing. And we have constantly had that suggestion rejected by those on that side. But I thank you for advising us and advising your team on the need and the importance of having consultation on something as serious as this. Now, Mr. President, it has been a very long debate, and we have heard varying views, concerns, questions, and arguments both for and against this piece of legislation that's currently before us. And at the outset, let me say how relieved and grateful I am that there are still so many of us that continue to hold true to the tenets upon which our democracy has been formed. And while it is difficult at times for the government to accept constructive criticism, regardless of where it comes from, the political system upon which we operate, one where the opposition and where necessary the independent senators hold the government accountable, this system is working, and I thank God for that. So today I rise to address this proposed legislation that, while being piloted as well-intentioned, carries very serious risk for our democracy, for the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and ultimately for our public safety. The government has proposed the creation of geographic zones of operations to combat criminal activity. And let me at the outset, before I go any further, state that crime in Trinidad and Tobago, it is real, it is brutal, and it has to be confronted. Our citizens are afraid, I admit that, families are grieving, and communities feel besieged. I remember a few months ago, we sat right here in the Senate debating another piece of legislation, and various senators would have shared their personal experiences grappling with crime in one way or the other. And, you know, I listened even when the Honorable Attorney General piloted this bill on Tuesday night. And, you know, he spoke about one gang claiming one half of the street and another gang claiming the other half of the street. And it made me shudder to think that there are communities that exist in this kind of way. So I get it. I get the urgency, the need for firm and effective action. And I honestly do not envy this government or any government that has to face such an insurmountable task. This is not in dispute. What is in dispute at this time is whether creating exceptional geographic security zones with extraordinary powers being concentrated in defined areas. The question is, are these effective? Are they lawful? Is this a sustainable response to this crisis that we are facing? Is this really the least obtrusive or obstructive or intrusive means of achieving the government's stated end? At this point in time, when the country is as divided, and while we face so many different biases, so many different divisions, is this really the best response coming from the government? And I wish the Honorable Minister Sturge was here today, because I heard in his contribution on Wednesday, and he was talking about the issue of police being able to act on reasonable suspicion. And he said, you know, the police action will be based on information and intelligence. And then he sort of muttered, no. And he said, not just having your pants down below your buttocks. And then he went on to mutter, though for me that's a good start. Mr. President, therein lies the problem. When you could have a Minister of Defense on record stating that a young man wearing his pants below his buttocks is good enough start to raise reasonable suspicion that warrants police intervention, and when you have this bill, not just police intervention, but also intervention from the defense force, do I really need to say more? If in this Senate, in this Parliament, our government ministers are profiling young men simply for the way they dress. Some of them just doing it because it's style, you know, they really don't mean anything by it. Then you could imagine what happens when you send the police and the army, who now in some circumstances will have police powers, into a community that has already been stereotyped and a community that is now declared a zone. And let me just add that the minister's utterances were quite unfortunate, considering that less than a year ago, it was the same guys with sagging pants that he was jumping around on a stage with campaigning. Despite attempts by those on the other side to curtail its effect, the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago remains clear. Section 4 guarantees fundamental rights and freedoms to every single Trinbagonian. We are guaranteed the right to liberty and security of the person. We are guaranteed the right to protection of the law. We are guaranteed the right to freedom of movement. We are guaranteed the right not to be deprived of property except by due process. Section 5.2 of the Constitution further protects all of us, every single one of us, regardless of where we live, from arbitrary detention, from unreasonable searches and seizure, and from restrictions on movement without lawful justification. Now, these rights, and it's rights that we have all spent our lives enjoying, they are not geographic privileges. They don't depend on where a person lives. These rights are not weaker in Longdonville than they are in Westmoreland, or they're not more enforceable in Mount Irving than they are in Bethel. These rights serve to protect all of Trinidad and Tobago. And yes, we know that the Constitution also allows Parliament to pass laws that are inconsistent with Sections 4 and 5, and thankfully only with a special majority. But more importantly, such an infringement can only be permitted where it is clearly justified. What exactly is the justification here? What justifies the creation of, and let me go as far as to say the authoritarian creation of two classes of citizens within Trinidad and Tobago? Crime is a persistent governance challenge, one that unfortunately the government has not yet been able to get a handle on. And I don't politicize this bit at all, because I actually want the government to get crime under control. The statistics coming in only 3, maybe 4 weeks into 2026 are frightful. Actually, since this debate commenced on Tuesday, the headlines coming in, especially violent crimes towards women, is really concerning. So it's a live situation. I want the government to get it right, if nothing else, this. But when extraordinary measures, such as the bill that we are currently contemplating, when that becomes the default response to a chronic problem such as crime, then what happens is exception replaces the law and emergency becomes the routine. We saw this with the extended state of emergency. We've been under it since July 18th, 2025. Is this really the road that we wish to go down at this point in time? A perpetual state of extraordinary existence, even where clearly it's not changing the result. The Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago does not permit the suspension of rights simply because the government cannot get crime under control through ordinary lawful means. Every time this government suspends our rights, they are admitting to executive and to institutional failure. And then they are forcing citizens, just like all of us, to pay for that failure with our rights and with our liberties. Now, even if we were supposed to set the constitutional concerns aside, the evidence that's out there does not support geographic special operation zones as a long-term solution. Yes, of course, if you have militarized or you have these emergency zones, you will get short-term reductions in visible crime. You have your increased patrols, you have your police roadblocks, you have your mass arrests. It would create the appearance of control, and you might even see a short-term, a temporary shift. And actually, it might give the government more opportunities to have press conferences from party headquarters or to make releases on X. But being serious, we have seen how this plays out. Internationally, the pattern has been consistent and it has been irrefutable, Mr. President. Crime rates drop briefly, but then in no time, the rates go back up. It resurfaces. We've seen that even with our state of emergency. Your criminal behavior and your criminals, they simply move elsewhere. So areas that usually we would have thought of as relatively safe, because nowhere are really safe right now, but areas that we would have thought of as being relatively safe, you start seeing criminals and their activity migrating towards those areas. And then, of course, connected to that is the criminal networks. They simply adapt rather than collapse. And this is because your geographic location is not the root of crime. Living in Maloney, certain parts of Port of Spain, certain parts of Tobago, that is not the root of crime really. And we should all know this, or at least I think we should all know it. Socioeconomic disadvantages, that is the root of crime. Lack of opportunity and employment for marginalized communities, the persons who live in these communities, that is the root of crime. When you start to talk about lack of resources to support or disadvantaged groups, that is where you see the root of crime. Low detection rates, that is the root of crime. And if you just check the TTPS website, if the statistics haven't been pulled down or hidden again, you will see our detection rates are low. That is the root of crime. When you have slow prosecutions that are drawn out, where police not even performing their functions effectively or even professionally, that is the root of crime. Where you have low conviction rates, or even the certainty of getting a conviction in the first place is quite low. That is the root of crime. Criminals don't necessarily fear what we put in here or what we do here in terms of legislation. What they fear is certainty, knowing that they will be caught and they will be prosecuted. That is what they fear. That is a much bigger deterrent than any police or any army going into any community and trying to grant charge. I am afraid that all this bill does, and Senator Alexander spoke about, talking to the realities of the people who live in the community, and I don't disagree with that. But for those of us who interact in different communities, you will know that there's a huge disconnect and a huge level of distrust between the persons who live in these communities and the police or the military and even the state. And when we take actions like these, we need to consider whether or not we are widening that gap. Study after study has shown that gains from these kind of excessive measures like what we're considering here today tend to be temporary. Once you lift these special measures, because you can't cordon off an area indefinitely, you can't impose curfew indefinitely, crime rebounds, and sometimes even more violently than before. Now, Mr. President, this is not opposition just for opposition's sake. And we have demonstrated on this side time and time again. It's not even been a year, and we have on 2 occasions lent our support to good legislation. So we're not just opposing for the sake of opposing. The evidence is there. You take evidence, there's a documented pattern in Latin America, some parts of Africa, even parts of the Caribbean. And we don't even have to go far. Let's just look at Trinidad and Tobago. We went from one state of emergency to another, then we went to an extension, and now we're contemplating this. Where the imposition of extraordinary state powers become a normal thing, a routine thing, it starts to lose its deterrent effect. And at the same time, the underlying factors, the underlying issues, they remain untouched. Excuse me. And again, I would point to the current situation we found ourselves in, 3 weeks into the year after being under extended state of emergency. And even Senator Alaha, actually, in his contribution, he stated, and I'm just, again, paraphrasing, I was hoping to get the Hansard, the unedited version of the Hansard, but I didn't get it in time. But Senator Alaha said, when state of emergencies are lifted, there is a vacuum. We're currently under a state of emergency, where the state does have some extraordinary powers, yet the deterrent effect has been lost. Now, if your deterrent effect has been lost, all we're really left with at this point is an erosion of your rights and your liberties. You have executive overreach, you have opportunity for bias, and you have even a larger opportunity for advantage, or disadvantage, I should call it, and for error. We need to understand that while we may live, some of us, in nicer communities, gated communities, more regulated communities, in special zones, entire communities might be searched. Young men are detained based on proximity rather than proof. Innocence becomes something you have to prove rather than something that is presumed. And in the other place a week ago, MP Marcel would have shared his personal experience back in 2023 as a young boy in high school, playing in the street with other young boys, playing. And all of them were whipped up and carried down to the station. And they had to endure that kind of embarrassment and trauma. I can't imagine being a child playing in the road and then the police wrapping me up and carrying me to the police station. I wasn't doing anything. And it is for this reason that I am compelled to join with Senator Etienne when she asks the question, how am I to live with myself when I support legislation like this and it brings harm to one of my own? We need to understand that we are not just legislating for the criminals in here. We are legislating in full contemplation of the innocent lives that may be affected once we pass this bill. We have all sat in this Senate a couple months ago when I had posed a question and the Minister of Justice came and I inquired into the status of investigations into 2 police shootings that happened in Tobago last year. And to date, it's almost been a year and those families have not received justice. And those were open and shut matters, very clear on the face of it. And yet the investigative process has been moving so slowly and so inefficiently. Are we to honestly believe that the police activity under these zones will receive the kind of heightened scrutiny and oversight that they need to attract? Are we to genuinely believe that the activity of the Defense Force, who will now be in some circumstances exercising police power, will receive adequate oversight or scrutiny? The price that we will have to pay if this goes wrong is significant. Our Constitution protects against arbitrary detention and search because the law very clearly recognizes that unchecked power inevitably harms the innocent. And when you have communities that are already struggling, communities that already feel vulnerable, communities that feel targeted rather than protected by the government, cooperation is going to collapse. Policing becomes harder in these communities, not easier. You will get pushback. Once your rights are being restricted by location, equity before the law becomes compromised. Your executive power expands and your oversight weakens. And I recall on Tuesday or Wednesday, Senator Al-Rawi went to great lengths to caution against this lack of oversight, especially over the activities of the Defense Force. And I don't think I've heard a very clear response coming from the government as yet with regard to this concern. And then Senator Al-Rawi spoke about the lack of constitutional protections afforded to members of the Defense Force who will now be in some circumstances endowed with police powers. I don't believe I heard a response to those concerns either. And it goes further because the goodly senator raised concerns about the absence of an independent oversight commission to review, investigate, and discipline the actions of members of the Defense Force operating in these zones. Again, I have not heard any clear response coming from the government bench. And while I'm talking about the expansion of executive power and the weakening of oversight, there's one thing I need to put on the record, because on Wednesday, yes, I heard Minister Sturge mentioning the requirement for affirmative resolutions from the Parliament. And I don't want to say he misled us, but it was not very clear. The bill states that affirmative resolution is only required where the Prime Minister in Council wishes to extend or vary a zone. So Section 6 of the bill, Section 6, yes, allows the Prime Minister to impose a zone for up to 6 months, 180 days, without any parliamentary input or oversight. 6 months, a community is labeled as a zone. And it is only when the zone is to be extended or it is to be varied that Parliament is actually consulted. And note that there is a drafting loophole here that we need to consider as well. The Prime Minister in Council could easily allow the 6 months to expire, so the zone is no longer in effect, wait maybe a couple days, and then declare a zone again over the same or essentially same geographic area. And just so you'll be able to circumvent that need for affirmative resolution by the Parliament. So even the drafting, we have to be very careful about, because what begins as a temporary measure will soon require renewal. The process can be circumvented or extension, and then it becomes normalized. And Section 7, the drafting of Section 7 of the bill makes that much very, very clear. This can become a thing that is normalized. Understand that when the Prime Minister in Council, and in her reasonable discretion, because that's the term that's used, designates special zones, understand that it's not just a changing of the tactics in how we combat crimes. She's altering the relationship between a citizen and the state. And I recall Senator John Bates spoke about how loose that standard, reasonable discretion is. So I wouldn't spend much time on it except to remind us that these zones, which are designated with no parliamentary input, just based on reasonable discretion, these zones involve expanded search and detention powers, restrictions on movement, and presumptions of suspicions based on geography. So understand that when we come here in this Parliament and we ask the hard questions coming from both benches, it's because we know that we are being asked to support entire communities being treated as criminal by default. And we need to not shy away from reality. This kind of approach disproportionately affects the poor. It affects the young, it affects the differently abled, and it affects the marginalized. And these are people who are already very vulnerable to crime, and people who, for the most part, they're unable to really defend their rights. And I heard Senator Alexander mention, redress through the courts. I don't need to go there. As I just said, the communities that are most likely to be impacted could barely help themselves. Trinidad and Tobago is not an authoritarian state. We are a constitutional republic governed by law. We cannot afford to borrow methods that are divorced from our constitutional culture and expect to get good results. Our Constitution, it doesn't exist to protect us when things are easy. If not, we probably wouldn't even need it. It exists to protect us when desperation starts to tempt the government to abandon restraint. And I fully understand the desperation. We're dealing with a very difficult situation. But every single time the government uses emergency-style powers to fight crime or to fight criminality, they lower the threshold for suspending the rights of all of us. And this is what we must reject at all costs. Every single time we do something like this, the threshold that allows the government to lower our rights is eroded. We on this side, we do not oppose the special zones because we wish to defend the status quo, because the bloggers in here love to go out and say we're protecting criminals. We are happy to lend our support, and we've demonstrated that, to legislation that speaks to targeted, intelligence-driven policing, to any kind of legislation that speaks to fast-track prosecutions, legislation that talks about police accountability in order to build back public trust. We're happy to support legislation that deals with effective social interventions, just like Senator Dr. Axe had mentioned in her contribution. We're happy to support legislation that speaks about criminal justice reform. And most importantly, we're happy to support legislation that speaks to judicial oversight rather than unchecked executive power. Mr. President, I'll close by saying this. We must fight crime, we have to. But as lawmakers, every single one of us in here, and I have respect for every single senator in here, as lawmakers, We cannot surrender the rule of law in the process. We cannot trade the rights and freedoms of our own citizens for short-term optics or to make it look like we're doing something. We are rejecting this piece of legislation because it weakens constitutional norms, because it fractures communities, and because it gives the illusion of control. Mr. President, I have one more thing to say, and I say this through you. I just want to remind those who have been browbeaten into compliance of the words of Martin Niemöller. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Francis Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to the Senate's discussion on the proposed ZOSO bill. My initial impression of the bill was that I found it to be well laid out, easy to follow and to understand. I'm speaking also today with the benefit of the presentations that have gone before me. I think you said it was about 20 presentations by now. When people look at the Parliament channel and they look at our operations, I suspect you get it too. The comments I often get is, but boy, you're really at each other's throats. My sense of our operations, particularly in this new year, particularly under this bill, is, and I'm saying this through you to the national community, is I've found people far more willing to listen and to engage and to be willing to seek the other side. Don't mean we agree, but willing to seek. And I welcome that and I appreciate that. And I think it's important that we say it because I think it's happening. Every government needs to campaign from campaigning to governing. And I suppose there's a need for charity and understanding. And I would suppose, supposing because I've never been there, there's a shock of suddenly being in office. I'm relating this to myself going into a senior role. And there's a shock for a period of time until you become acclimatized to it. I want to commend the government for giving us a very useful starting point. The bill is forward-thinking. I think it's an innovative legislative initiative. I think, as an earlier senator noted, it puts the framework of an explicit law in place and provides initiatives for us to move forward in dealing with crime. This is heartening, and there is much we can build upon. The ZOSO law is experimental for Trinidad and Tobago, though not the operations, because we have had similar joint operations for a while. It caused me to go to look at other countries, and just for the value provided here, there is much we can learn from the success and failures of other countries that have had variable effectiveness with ZOSO laws. Let me just name a few. Jamaica has been cited widely. Our act, I went back to the Jamaica Act to look at it. Our act is very closely patterned after that, and there is much merit in that. But other countries in this hemisphere, Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil, we've all seen news reports of the army having to support the police to move into favelas where there is almost a civil war in that local community. Wider afield beyond the Americans, France, Italy, the UK, South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Philippines, India. Even some countries that have not put ZOSO laws in place but put operationally some of the aspects of it. because they explicitly reject military-led crime control. These include Sweden, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. My point is, this may be new to us, but it is happening in a range of places. The world as we knew it 20, 30 years ago is not the world today. And this finds its place among the tools that are needed to carry this forward. There's a question I think has been raised about, do states of emergency work in reducing crime? Well, it depends on what you mean by working. On the surface, on the level, the answer is yes. You flood an area with serious men in uniform, with uniforms, discipline, and weaponry, you're going to get a reaction, and hopefully a positive reaction. But asking if it works is almost the wrong question, because the short-term result is not what you're looking for. Because for it to change, you need the support of the community. And with that community support, it becomes almost like, and I may be stretching an analogy here, it's almost like a Brian Lara, with the support of a Chandra Paul at the other end, with a solid team behind them, on a good wicket to deliver exceptional results. So it's not just this, but it is the other complementary elements that are needed. Through you, Mr. President, and I hope this does not cause controversy, I want to commend the governments, note plural, both PNM and UNC. If I am to believe that the current state of emergency, which has been in place for a year, more or less, has been very successful, I have to acknowledge that the state of emergency was first instituted by the previous government led by the PNM. It was extended by the incoming government, which was the UNC. So that to separate and say, well, it's our success, but your failure, I'm not sure where one would draw that line. And what I would want to suggest is that in slagging, a slang word for attacking, dismissing, condemning, denigrating, if what we do is simply blame, condemn, belittle, then the national community and I suppose ourselves in our hearts start to think that this is the only way forward. What I alluded to earlier, I think, is the possibility that working together, we will disagree on some things, I have no problem with that, but working together, I think we can take this forward. Where some of the behaviors we have seen, which I was castigated for a short while back, I think alternatives are possible. The use of the states of emergency on this occasion have been more sophisticated, have been less intrusive. There's a number of points, including made recently by this afternoon, by Senator Alexander, about if you're in an area, you'd feel it, but generally, you don't feel it. Out of this, I think a comment I would want to make is that we're often very quick to criticize, and that's not a bad thing, but we're not equally quick to commend. And if all we do is criticize, nobody rises to low expectations. So I offer, and through you, Mr. President, and through the persons in uniform in this House, to them through their colleagues, to say thank you for a professional and reasonably good job. It's not flawless, but it's better than previous states of emergency, and it has generated short-term results that were desirable. But in doing that, the security services, from the top all the way through, have done something very important for us. They have given a reassuring demonstration that the country can with greater confidence place greater powers in their hands once we have the right legal frameworks and guardrails in place that this ZOSO law proposes. So that it's not just, well done, crime rate is down. I mean, that is important. But it is the longer term to say, can we trust them? And at least this is not at the level of individuals, but this is of an institution. Now, we need to get this one right. We won't get typically a second bite of this cherry. But we face a challenge, very ably articulated by the leader of government business. He reminded us that the current state of emergency ends or expires at the end of this month. His urging was that we need to move with urgency to put the ZOSO and similar measures in place if we are not to face a rollback or potential rollback. And nobody is saying that there will be. It is, but there's a risk. And he's saying, we as a country don't really need to take on that risk. And we therefore need to move forward. I applaud the urgency. I appreciate the fact that we started on Tuesday, went to Wednesday, here today, that this has been very, very well ventilated. I want to propose to all senators, we need to get this right. Consider if we should not extend the state of emergency through Carnival, because Carnival is right there, into the end of January, not beyond that. The point I'm making is, and I don't know if it's possible, it would have to be looked at by the technical people, and certainly the security chiefs will have to have a point, well, through the respective chains of command, to opine on that. But speaking from the position of ignorance that I have, I wonder whether that's a possibility to give us the time we needed to get this right. We will create this ZOSO bill in the 13th Parliament. And I asked myself, what does working out or doing it well mean? And I want to suggest that if we did it really well, we would not need to revisit this until the 20th Parliament. That's 35 years from now. And then the thought occurred to me, our nation will be over 100 years old. And as I look around the room, at least I mean no negatives by this, but very likely we will be all gone with one exception, Senator Daniel, who is young enough to possibly be there if he wants to continue in public life. In public life. I mean nothing negative. Senator Natalie. When I read the bill, my blood literally ran cold. We've looked at about 14 bills so far since May. And this bill is the first one where I had to confront as a senator. I was dealing with and speaking to explicitly putting overt enforcement, compulsory powers of the state into the hands of the political directorate. I do not have a problem with that. If our Constitution has, in exceptional circumstances, the need for a state of emergency, then the framers recognize for a future that we can't possibly foresee, because I was 76, that whether it's a national emergency, a state of insurrection, or whatever else, you need to put the spare tire in place, even though you hope never to have to use the spare tire. In that regard, I simply take it with the seriousness that that very extraordinary power confers. Not with in any way being reluctant to say, well, if you have to use it, well, we're going to have to use it. But when I started to think of the long term, and I want to be very, very clear here, I started to think that we don't know what idiot, sorry, that's unparliamentary language. I'm a little bit stumped. I wish I could ask my colleagues for help. How would one say this? We don't know what individual well into the future would have a deficit of sagacity. How do we create a bill that is idiot-proof or robust against misuse? That is really one of the key challenges of a bill like this. How do we balance security and rights and put in the necessary legal architecture without it being unduly constraining? I welcome criteria for declaration of a ZOSO, improving parliamentary oversight, and emphasizing the temporary nature of this bill. I think those could be strengthened. One of my colleagues argued or suggested a very limited Senate Joint Select Committee could be very useful in working through some of this other than a to or fro across a floor. Any ZOSO regime needs to be anchored in clear review and on at least 2 occasions, I want to endorse that, a sunset clause. Review mechanisms, both judicial and parliamentary. Transparent reporting to Parliament and the public. Because the basic principle is that security without accountability is not security, it becomes uncertainty. And if you ask, does it work? Yes, short term. Will it work in the long term? Not really. The bill is less clear on, and perhaps necessarily so, I don't know, but on regular community consultations and engagement, because that is not a courtesy. It is a necessity for longer term success. Communities must not feel occupied. They must feel protected and partnered. And if the AG were here, I would ask him to take a look at the first paragraph of the explanatory paragraph, second sentence. It reads, the bill seeks to curb the nation's crime through security force occupation of vulnerable communities. It also aims to preserve human rights during the period of occupation. I understand the sentiment and agree with it. The word occupation is a loaded word. I would take it out and modify it. I know it's not part of the bill, it's the explanatory note. But it was the first thing I read as I was reading the bill. And because it's a loaded word, it evokes war, foreign control, suspension of normal rights, dominance by possibly a thieving, rapacious state, behaviors we have seen in recent years. I want to suggest that words like stabilization, substituting for occupation, securing, presence of, intervention, deployment, engagement, better communicate the idea rather than occupation. I hear you. Now, but that's an aside. The bill, but getting the language right is important, not just the legal language, but the language of which people will read and understand this. The bill presents an opportunity to redefine our national approach to public safety from a mindset of control to one of collaboration, and from emergency response to structural transformation. And I think I've heard enough of people speaking that is recognized. So this is not a criticism. I'm saying my first reading was it needs to do this, but then the comments I'm hearing suggest that there is an understanding there. Could be useful to clarify some of it. I support the intent of the bill, but it needs some fixing. A temporary instrument of stabilization needs to lead to permanent instruments of opportunity. We need to not only make communities safer, but the real success of a ZOSO law is having used it, not to have to go back to use it in any way in the reasonable future. And if we grant in its current form extraordinary powers without sufficient clarity, oversight, or mechanisms to build trust, it will obviate the need for continual reintroductions of ZOSO operations. So it needs to be understood as a temporary stabilization tool designed to create a safe, predictable space so that real crime fighting work can begin. You know, in all of this, I ask myself, okay, crime fighting. People have been using this phrase continually. Who are the crime fighters in this House? I want to suggest, and this is purely me, and this is with the greatest respect to the AG, Minister of Defense, Minister of Homeland Security, etc. The crime fighters that I see in this House, my colleague Kennedy Saratsing, Minister of Development. Chaitan-Maharaj, Minister of Industry. Leroy, Baptiste, Minister of Labor. Our Minister of Agriculture. They can't do their work if the environment is not conducive to their work being done. You want to reduce crime? You have got to get this economy moving. We have to get this economy moving. We are traipsing along at what, 1.5%, 1.2%? We need a 4 to 5% economic growth rate. Very easy to say, hard to do. We need to create opportunities. In a few months, we're going to have 18,000 young people complete their schooling through CXC Cape. They're looking for jobs, and they're there. I'm not seeing the movement, and please, this is in no way blame. I take as much responsibility for this because I've worked in the business sector. If that doesn't happen, then you need more and more repressive type measures simply to keep the lid on the thing not getting too bad. So if we ask, and we say crime fighting matters, I am looking at this front bench and saying, those are my crime fighters, with the support coming from the other services that create the environment. You know, in looking at this, there's a view that I very much want to express. Let me try and find a way to frame it. I suspect this is true of everybody in this house. None of you, none of us have gotten to where we are if somebody or bodies at certain critical points in our life didn't put a hand, and hopefully a generous hand. I think of this bill as putting a hand. There's a wonderfully evocative phrase in Trinidad and Tobago and in the wider Caribbean. Oh God, I had to catch myself, or we had to catch ourselves. When a community goes through trauma, you almost don't know which way to turn. And catching yourself and figuring out how to deal with loss, setback, disruption, how to regain stability, balance, composure, equilibrium after being knocked off balance, that is hard. And I wish I could put a time frame to it, because I do have some comments about the length of time of a ZOSO operation. Each situation is different, and individuals within that situation can experience it differently. It is not for the government or the Senate to come in and messianic-like and save a community. It is to lend a hand so the community ultimately saves itself. And we have seen that across our country, and we know that. At least I think we know it. So that if we can help communities find their footing, that's the context in which I see a ZOSO law. Yes, you will need very strong, very disciplined officers moving in with a very deliberate purpose to make sure that the community can once again work and work better. But hear what? At some point, they're going to leave. We don't have enough resources, enough officers to be able to blanket everywhere, nor would we want it. So ZOSO is an enabler of real long-term crime reduction through economic growth, opportunity creation, youth inclusion. I thought about youth inclusion, so let me define it. Given my age, youth for me means anybody age 40 or 45 and below. You can come up with your own definition, but I think we agree that, or can agree, that I'm sorry if that leaves a certain person out.
Francis, is that your story?
Why, well, I tell you. But at the end of it, real crime fighting initiatives needs to create economic growth for all. Real, clear, credible, relevant opportunities for younger persons, however you choose to define younger persons. The possibility of national economic diversification and the ease of doing business, and ultimately the opportunity for social progress and transition, if that's something that somebody wants to go after. Now, all that said, I have certain concerns for the ZOSO bill, and I'd like to just very quickly, Mr. President, just go through them. The first is clause 6, the power of the Prime Minister. The clause states, the Prime Minister in Council may order declare any geographically defined area within a single contiguous boundary within Trinidad and Tobago as a zone. This places significant concentrations of power in the hands of a prime minister. And please, let me be clear, guys, I am not talking about the present incumbent. I'm not talking the previous incumbent. I'm talking about somebody 30 years from now that I will not know. I will not be around to live, probably, to see them. And we've seen in some countries that you get an idiot in place, Lord save you, if your laws are not clear. So, what does the Prime Minister has the principal authority to do? He declares also, define its geographic scope, determine its duration, and extend it by executive action. That raises a fundamental concern for me of what is the counterbalance and the accountability. A democracy is not strengthened, and a number of our colleagues have pointed to that, by merely being informed after the fact. We need to strengthen within this bill Parliament's empowerment to scrutinize debate and, where necessary, restrain executive action. And that is something that a future Parliament would probably want. I therefore suggest that any declaration or extension beyond a short period should require affirmative parliamentary approval, and that such approval be time-bounded, because the thing we do not want is to militarize our police service more than it has already had to be. And that's not a criticism, it's a recognition. But when I look at some other countries of the world where police services are no longer to protect and to serve, but you almost feel like an occupying army, that's not a direction we want to go in. And there are countries in the world that have not gone that way, but have in place ZOSO-type regulations. There's a risk, and we've seen history both, well, not so much locally, but internationally, that teaches us that emergency powers, once granted, do not get surrendered easily. So when we give an office, and we vest into a single office, even with the best of intention, the risk of executive overreach becomes the risk of the use of this tool becoming a political convenience. Let me stress, I'm not talking about in any way present incumbents, but safeguards are not an insult to the executive. They are for the protection of the Republic. If I look at checks and balances, there are some issues about mandatory reporting, but I'm looking for mandatory detailed reporting to Parliament at fixed intervals, where there are clear objectives for declaration, which are laudably put at the start of the bill, but the reporting must identify why are you doing this, with statutory obligations for demonstrating, hopefully, measurable progress in both security and community development. There is a shared national responsibility for national security. It is a collective constitutional duty. So, therefore, what I would suggest is that it is unfair and unwise to make a Prime Minister alone in acting on this. The rule of law, not executive convenience, becomes supreme, and the bill needs to be strengthened in that regard. In clause 10, it reads, where a zone has been declared, the Prime Minister in Council shall designate a member of the TNT Defence Force not below the rank, etc., and put them joint, Defence Force and the Police Service, and put them jointly in charge of operations. Guys, I have worked in management for 40 years. I've worked with managers at multiple levels. It is not that dual responsibility is not workable, it is. But not having a person in charge is begging for trouble. It can be done. I've seen it done in a few rare examples where a company has co-managing directors. But usually they've grown up together, they come from the same family. If I'm taking two officers from two different services with different service traditions, different training, different value sets, and saying both are in charge, I am creating a problem for rapid decision making. I am creating potentially an unclear chain of command and unambiguous accountability. It becomes when you're faced with a security situation where time, measured sometimes in minutes, if not seconds, matters. Somebody has to be able to give the command. Now, I do like the idea of two senior people covering for each other and working together. But there needs to be much clearer responsibility, breakdown of that responsibility, so that who has the lead operational authority and who has the command authority in a supportive role. In short, coordination must be formalized, not assumed. In all of this, the basic principle with which I'm working is that civilian policing must remain paramount. Policing must remain a civilian function. This is not in any way to underestimate the value of the Defense Force and the valuable supportive role it can play. Any joint command must reflect this constitutional and democratic reality. Failure to clearly subordinate military support to civilian law enforcement risks blurring lines that should never be blurred in a democracy. And you're making things unduly complex. So that what I'd be looking for there is a clarity in how one defines and codifies the lead operational commander with coordinated joint responsibilities so that there's clear accountability and avoidance of confusion. You know, it's not that I'm looking for somebody to blame, you know. I'm looking for somebody to make it go right. And if I have two people who may not know each other, come from different backgrounds, I question the wisdom of that approach. But also in Clause 10 is the appointment of a joint command, and the appointment of a joint command is, it reads, where a zone has been declared, the Prime Minister in Council shall designate a member of the TT Defence Force not below the rank of Major, Chief of Defence Staff, and member of the TT Police Service. At first I thought I read it wrong. The particular clause read, the Prime Minister in Council shall designate. And then I realized I didn't. And here what? I said there's some major defects that can be fixed. This one's a critical one. It's critical because, as currently drafted, the Prime Minister appoints the officer in charge. That has me massively uncomfortable. And please again note, I am not referring to the incumbent, but to some unsuitable person in the future. When the Prime Minister declares a zone, it triggers operational arrangements, formally appoints the operational commanders, and it immediately puts in certain risks. The first is, and this is not too distant in the... Yeah, but a strong person becoming Prime Minister carries his or her way. I do take the point. And let me say this, I have met in this House, and I'm saying this to the national community. What a cabinet, a board of directors, National Security Council needs are not just office holders, but people who are decent and strong enough to stand up even to the person that is superior to them in rank and to say, no, you can't do that. Not making it a fight, but drawing some very clear lines. I don't know our Honorable Prime Minister. I think I've met her once, shook her hand. I don't know. But I know, and I've met people in this House, that over time I have come to have great regard for them, and I think of them as decent people who will stand up. How do I strengthen that? So here's a thought. Now, this is a far-fetched thought, but I don't want to create a private Prime Minister's army where the PM has undue influence over security deployment in civilian areas, and it raises the concern of politicization. Even if officers are jointly nominated, a future PM could refuse or approve nominations based on perceived loyalty rather than competence. For the command structures, it runs the risk of eroding the chain of command. It runs the risk of potentially, in an unprecedented way, politicizing deployment. It's not the intention, but good intentions in a situation such as this, where we are issuing significant power I would say we need a different approach. Operational commanders require independence and credibility within their service to execute sensitive operations. If that is perceived as being politically directed, it may undermine morale and cooperation and therefore undermine the very need for ZOSO. Decision-making in the field requires trust, authority, clarity, associated with professionally appointed commanders rather than politically endorsed ones. The guiding principle here is that the zones of operation for special operations need to be determined by professional competence and suitability. This approach protects both security effectiveness and democratic integrity. So my proposal would be that the Chief of Defense Force and the Police Commissioner nominate the relevant senior officers and nominate who is to lead. They know their people, and presumably these will be competent individuals in charge of their respective command.
You have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the Prime Minister in Council can use that power responsibly to confirm, and if not satisfied, pursue perhaps another alternative, but it's not for the Prime Minister to designate. I have a concern about the period of time of a zone. I will move past that simply to say that we may want to experiment, as Jamaica did, with shorter time periods, because when you say you have 6 months, 6 months of lived experience in a community that is under ZOHO is not an easy thing. And you want this to be in and out fast. I have a concern about body cams and the use of body cams. And my view would be that body cams must be used by everybody continually. Using the body cam and capturing the footage is not the release of the footage. That is an operational command issue. There may be security implications to releasing it. But the issue of capturing it, to me, is not an issue. And inside of all of this, and I want to very much commend the very good innovation of community development not being an afterthought. I read what is there, and it is so expansive that I'm really not sure how it's going to be workable. And that raised a point that I want to offer to the government. Put in a sunset clause. 3 years, 2 years. I'll tell you why. This is an innovation. We all hope that if this were to come into place, it will work and work brilliantly to create other real crime fighting opportunities. This is an aside, a little bit of fatigue. We just canceled, maybe because we had the money, a set of state corporations giving support to steel band. Steel band yards have become a place of safety in a lot of communities. So on one hand, we're going to put in, at great expense and effort, security services, but the very thing we're going to need in communities, like a panyard, we're somehow withdrawing the support. I think a sunset clause is necessary because we need to formally review, not just simply review as put into the last clause of the bill, but really look and bring it back to this Parliament so it can be reviewed. My conclusions are, I've tried to outline concerns: joint command hierarchy, joint command appointment, time period of the zone, the need for reporting on a timely way, operational security while maintaining public trust, and the Social Transformation Committee. All of this, and there's much more that needs to be hammered out in this 28-clause bill, is that it presents a serious responsibility, and I thank the government, it creates a real possibility. It has given us a useful starting point. There's much that can be built upon, as I said earlier. We owe it to our citizens and to the security officers that we will put at risk, and to our democracy to get it right. Let's give ourselves the time. And ultimately, the last thought is extraordinary power demands extraordinary accountability, because security without trust will not survive. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Senator Rasheed Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. President. And may I convey on behalf of the youths of Trinidad and Tobago, myself, my family, a Happy New Year to you and to all members of this honorable chamber. Let me start by thanking the Prime Minister for such innovative and such extraordinary measures that she has and that the Attorney General, on behalf of her, has brought to this House. Let me thank Senator Lewis for a really interesting contribution and for also acknowledging the youth in the Senate. In 2022, 599 murders. In 2023, 577 murders. In 2024, 626 murders. And in 2025, 369 murders. A 42% decrease, only because of the Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Look, I listened to Senator Roberts-Radgman. I've listened to Senator Dan Paul. I've listened to Senator Faris Alwari, Senator Janelle John Bates, who's not here. And it seems to me as though the Prime Minister is a miracle worker. She has given the voice to people who once had PIP, who has said nothing about crime for the last 10 years. No measures, nothing. Nothing. And I want to thank especially Senator Atz and Senator Lalit Etienne, who got me at home last night on the phone talking to people who this bill may very well affect. And I've paid attention to their contributions, and a recurring theme that has been a concern of this bill is stigmatization and inconvenience of communities and persons within the community. And when word got out that I was appointed to the Senate during this debate, well, you know, my phone couldn't stop ringing. Messages kept coming in. These were not strangers trying to meet me or trying to talk to me. These were my people, my friends, friends that I grew up with, trying to get my attention. People that I had the same lunch with, played the same games with, the same laughs and the same cries. Mr. President, and when they reached out to me over the last couple of days, I made them a promise. I made a promise that I would speak when I stand here today, not over them, not about them, but for them. And as I bring their lives into this chamber, and I bring their real experience, real experiences within this chamber, I do so with fear. Fear for their lives. Fear for their families. So today, I'll be using names, but my friends' real names and identities will be protected. They will remain nameless. The fear is real. It follows them home. It sits with them at night and it shapes every choice that they make. Because of that same fear, the names of their communities also shall be left out and not spoken here today. Because saying the wrong thing on my path can lead to them being identified. Silence on my path with their names and their communities is protection. So today, the cost of speaking truth, their truth, Trinidad and Tobago's truth, means that my friend's anonymity will have to be acknowledged. I want to talk about my friend Jack. I will use Jack again. Jack is a protective name, right? Jack is from a hotspot area in Chaguanas, a crime hotspot area in Chaguanas. A place where violence is not an event, it is their daily life. Jack and I went to the same primary school. And yes, at that young Senator Lewis. We shared classrooms together before the streets tried to take his education from him. 2 nights ago, upon hearing my appointment, Jack called me. And his voice was very shaky. His voice was shaky. And through tears, he said, "Daniel, please, I feel invisible. I feel trapped. I'm voiceless. Please, please be my voice on this matter." So today, Mr. President, I am Jack's voice in the Senate. A young man, 28 years old, who lives and has lived all his life in a crime hotspot in Chaguanas. And as I listened to him, I realized I was not just hearing his pain. I was hearing years of survival pouring out all at once. I have heard my colleagues speaking abstract terms about lived experiences. Jack's experience is real experience. Jack lives in a small house with 3 brothers and 1 sister. He is the eldest child in the household. His mother leaves home before sunrise and gets home way beyond sunset. His father is absent ever since I know Jack. And without anyone asking, Jack had to become the man of a house at a very, very young age. Jack wakes up every day carrying adult responsibilities and has been so for years. To make sure his siblings eat before he eats. To make sure homework is done. Make sure the doors are locked. And outside of that front door, Jack always anticipates a gang war. He has learned to drop to the floor when shots ring out at night and even in the day. He has learned which corners of his house are the best to hide so that he and his family might have a chance of survival when bullets start to fly outside. He has learned how to count the seconds between gunshots and silence. Jack told me about the nights when bullets will fly and his bedroom wall shakes. He told me about seeing bodies outside on the ground, left there as messages. He told me about familiar faces, people he grew up with. Every day, being part of a reign of terror and intimidation in his community. Mr. President, Jack is not invisible to the gangs. The gangs are not invisible to Jack. They watch Jack. They know his fear. They're aware of his desperation. They understand that his family wants safety. They understand that his family wants security and economic opportunity to live a better life. Mr. President, they want to entice him and his family with their version of protection, with their version of safety, security, and a legal business model of economic opportunity. They see how badly he wants to protect his family, my friend Jack. And Jack has informed me about the quiet approaches. How they tell him joining is protection. They tell him their money is the only way out. Mr. President, how no one will survive alone and the gang life is the only life and the only option available to him and others in his community. But Jack has always been brave. And I dare to say some of us in this chamber, when confronted with the choices Jack has to make on a daily basis, may never have the courage or his fortitude. And every refusal by Jack comes with a consequence. He is followed, he's warned, he's reminded that families who do not cooperate suffer. Mr. President, one of Jack's younger brothers unfortunately broke under that pressure. How laughter disappeared. How silence replaced jokes. How the streets started to raise his little brother instead of his family. The night when Jack saw blood on his brother's t-shirt, it was not from an accident. It was from gang initiation. Jack knew that he had lost his brother, perhaps forever. Jack's sister, 14 years old, could be some of your daughters. Growing up surrounded by danger. The bad men stare at her when she walks the street. They start off by first shooting her. Smalley, family, bad, 14 years old, bad thing. Eventually, those taunts turned into direct threats. Jack fears for his sister's safety every time she leaves the house. And he carries the guilt of not being able to protect her every second of the day. Senators, I ask that you do not block off this imagery. Picture Jack afraid to speak to the police because merely being seen with law enforcement officers, Mr. President, can get you killed and your house burnt down. Jack has learned to sleep lightly because danger does not come knocking first at 3 a.m. in the morning. And as I spoke to my friend, my heart broke. As I heard his voice, the exhaustion, not the kind of exhaustion that sleep fixes. My President, that was the kind of exhaustion that comes from surviving too long without hope. I promised Jack, Mr. President, that I would use his words today and report to this honorable chamber faithfully and allow his words to echo. Daniel, and I quote, Daniel, I'm trying so hard not to become this. I want out, but everywhere I turn, it feels like a dead end. I am scared that one day my own street will decide for me. I'm scared for my family. I want hope. People don't understand what persons like us have to live through every day and every night. People don't understand what strong decisions and strong measures. We don't need talk and talk and talk, unquote. Mr. President, Jack does not want power. He does not want blood money. He does not want his siblings to visit his grave. Jack simply wants what so many of us takes for granted every single day. To grow old, to live without fear, to escape a life that he has never chosen. Jack told me something that stayed with me long after the call has ended. He said to me, Daniel, there is only one time that my chest stops tightening. Only one time my house breathes. Jack said the only time he feels peace is when the police are in his area. When patrol cars park outside, when the lights are on, when the uniforms are visible. He told me that when the police are there, the gunmen disappear. The whispers stop. The bad men in their cars stop driving up and down his streets, and the fear quiets down, if only for that precious short time. The only time he does not sit up and wake up to listen to footsteps. The only time he allows himself to choose breath. This is the only time when my friend Jack can close his eyes comfortably, when the police is around. That is when Jack feels protected. That is when he feels like the adults has finally showed up and his family is not vulnerable anymore. He said, Daniel, when police are on my block, the streets behave. He told me that is the only time he feels like he might survive another day without becoming the darkness that has surrounded his community for those short, precious moments when the police are there. For Jack, police presence is not harassment. For Jack, police presence is not oppression. It's not relief. It is not oppression. It's not harassment. It is a relief. It is the difference between sleeping and staying awake all night. It is the difference between hope and despair, between a child surviving and a child being recruited. Jack is still bravely trying to resist that life. It is hard for him. And right now, police intervention is the only thing standing between him and the streets taking over. Jack has his reality echoed in these chambers. That is Jack's story. And that is why this bill matters. Today I'm not telling you Jack's story for drama. I'm telling you his story because he's still alive. And he's begging for a better way before it is too late. Senator Radgman, you asked for consultation. I'll give you another consultation. My very good friend Maria. Yeah, look. Judas.
No. Waste of time.
Maria.
No relevance.
Maria, a young woman from a gang hotspot. A young woman from a gang hotspot in northwest Trinidad. My friend, whom I have known for about 10 years. I refrain from giving any other information about Maria. She lives in a community where the streets have names, unlike the girls who are seen as a commodity by the predators that control the community. The girls are regarded as territory. Their bodies are used as currency in silent and insidious trades between gangs. Their names do not matter as much as their bodies do to these gangs. Every morning before school, Maria wraps herself in 3 layers of clothing in this Trinidad heat. Because last month, a man twice her age leaned out of a passing car and said, and I quote, Mr. President, "You're right now, baby, we're watching you," unquote. Maria has not worn her school uniform blouse outside of her skirt since. She walks 500 meters to school. But every day, it feels like she's crossing a battlefield. Twice. Men whistle while sitting 8 a.m. outside their street corners with eyes that do not blink. Boys on bikes slow down just to watch her hips. One time, a stranger passed a folded note to her, a $1 bill. And on that note, it wrote, "Be outside your gate Friday, or your little brother gets hurt." She burnt that bill. She burnt that bill. It made her sick to her stomach. She could not even tell her mother. Luckily, she was brave enough to tell me. There's nowhere to run to. Maria's mother works as a cleaner, cleaning offices in town. She comes home smelling of bleach and exhaustion. Her hands cracked and her eyes are hollow. There's an empty chair at the kitchen table. Maria's father vanished 2 years ago after failing to pay protection. He just disappeared. No call, nobody, just gone. Now Maria sleeps with a knife under her mattress. Not to hurt anyone, but because it feels like she has something sharp between her and the darkness outside. Last Carnival Tuesday, while other girls wore feathers and glitter and enjoyed freedom and dancing, unmolested. Maria stayed inside with her curtains down, crying, because for her, Carnival has always been a celebration enjoyed by the lucky ones. During Juve, gang members roam alleys, and last year she said that a 12-year-old from 2 blocks over was dragged behind an old house and left bleeding in the mud. Maria heard her mother say, and she relayed to me, they don't rape children anymore, they recruit them. Maria has been followed home 3 times this month. Once a man in a white B14 idled outside her gate for 2 hours, engine running, lights off. Senators, I ask that you picture this. Picture yourself in Maria's shoes. Mr. President, another time someone threw a brick through her window with a condom wrapped around it. 3 a.m. in the night, Maria is cleaning broken glasses, crying, that silent cry, not to wake her brother. At school, the teachers call her distracted. They do not see how she flinches when her male classmates laugh too hard. They do not understand why she refused to use the bathrooms in the school because the doors do not lock. 2 weeks ago, Maria saw her best friend, 18 years old, standing on a street corner at midnight in clothes she'd never worn before. Tight jeans, red lipsticks, hair straightened. My friend could not bear to look at her, Mr. President. Maria saw the bruises on her friend's neck, saw the way her hands shook as she lit a cigarette with trembling fingers. Next day, her friend did not attend school. The day after that, Maria heard whispers that she was with, and I will say, so-and-so gang name. She was with them now. Maria's friend heard she now pays her rent in favors. Maria dreams of leaving, but with no money, and nobody leaves without a price. Mr. President, Maria said to me, that the only time she feels safe and at peace is when the blue lights flash and boots hits the pavement. It's because the vultures scatter. The whistles stop, vans drive away, men pull their hats low, and for those few hours, Maria can breathe. She can walk to the corner shop without calculating how fast she can run. She can let her brother play outside without standing guard like a soldier. Maria said police presence is not oppression, it is oxygen, the thin line between childhood and captivity. It is the only thing that makes her believe she might live to see a 3rd decade. She doesn't want a savior. She wants a chance. A real one. Maria is not a statistic. She is not collateral damage. Mr. President, I have a couple more stories, but I will not get into them. I want to talk about some success of police interventions. And before I speak about this success, I want to preface by saying this is not a hero story about one hero officer. It is my personal story, one that I have lived. It is my experience about what happens when police intervention in hotspot communities happen, about how it actually works. In the heart of Pity Valley, a neighborhood too often labeled as violent, lives and breeds differently. When police walk not just as enforcers, but as mentors, protectors, and partners. I tell the story of Derek Shabadi, officer in charge of the St. James Police Youth Club, my uncle. They believe, and I believe, that this is an example of police intervention when police don't just patrol. They listen, they guide, and most importantly, they believe the young people, others whom have they written off. I know this bill, Zones of Special Operations, you speak of stigma and inconvenience, but ask the mothers who fear letting their children go out in the yard and play. They don't hear from teenagers who choose basketball and football over bullets because a police officer showed up, not with handcuffs first, but with a ball and an open door. So yes, Zozos will bring disruption. But for the residents of Pity Valley, the greater disruption is living in silence while gangs rule their streets. The inconvenience of checkpoints pales next to the terror of hearing gunshots at midnight of a bawling child. I tell you, Officer Shabadi and his team provide and proves that police intervention, when rooted in trust and opportunity, does not just reduce crime, it rebuilds futures. Mr. President, this bill makes that possible. You want to know what truly stigmatizes a community? Being abandoned, being sacrificed, being left to bleed out in gang wars while the rest of Trinidad and Tobago watches the news and change the channel when they see blood. That is stigmatization of a community. When mothers have to scrub the blood of their sons off of the kitchen floor, that is stigmatization. 14-year-old girls, 15-year-old girls sleeping with a knife under their mattress, that is stigmatization. Boys becoming men at 11 because there's no one else to lock the doors, that is stigmatization. And they are on their knees begging for effective presence combined with genuine social investment. People in the youth club get the social investment. Programs that provide a place and a space. And this bill does not leave that to chance. This bill doesn't hope for heroes. This bill makes it law. It makes it law. Senators, we are looking to create a bill that has one of the, as Senator Lewis says, expansive social transformation units I've ever seen in law. Read the names, feel the weight. It includes representatives from the community itself. People who live there, people who survive there, people whose voices have been ignored for too long. It isn't just police boots on the ground. It is about creating a systematic, focused, legally mandated intervention to save lives. This bill says when we declare a zone of special operations, we don't just send uniforms and walk away. We send teachers, we send social workers, doctors, mental health support, job training, infrastructure repair, economic hope, and hope of life. We send economic growth to create pathways for my friends, like Jack, like her. We send children authority to protect my friend's Jack's sister. Thank you, Mr. President. And this bill does not leave that partnership to chance or to charity of the kindness of individuals. So when you vote, I'm asking of you, don't think about the abstract concepts of stigmatization and inconvenience. Please, think about Jack. This bill is not perfect, but it's necessary. It is urgent. My friends, my partners, my brethren are demanding that we stop debating their lives and start saving them. And Mr. President, as I close, I want to make mention to Isaiah 11:16. Our good Father will help me with this. This Bible verse is centered on the theme of Israel's restoration. Today, we are focusing on Trinidad and Tobago's restoration. Isaiah 11:16 says that a little child shall lead them. So on behalf of all the young people I've spoken for today, I say most humbly to the Senate, this bill will give them hope that they have desperately yearned for years. Let us make this a reality. Mr. President, thank you.
Senator Taharqa, Obika.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. Of course, the occasion is not lost on me. And I thank, of course, the leader of the opposition for giving me the opportunity to contribute to what I believe is a discussion and a debate that goes beyond this bill, and for my colleagues for welcoming me on this side. We are here to deliberate on a bill that provides no sunset clause, no relief for persons. It's going to be indefinite, at the pleasure, your constitutional rights in the communities that were mentioned by members present today in the other place and publicly. Your constitutional rights will be suspended indefinitely. And you will have your constitutional rights held ransom at the pleasure of a political entity that has demonstrated time without number that they do not hold your best interests at heart. Now, my colleagues, Mr. President, you know me, I'm not one who's afraid of the Gael. And since colleagues opposite are inviting me into the Gael by reminding members present that I served for 5 years in the UNC. There's a reason why I am here. Because I will not be party to, please, Mr. President, if you can allow the member to get what he's getting off his chest. I'm not sure if he's ready to participate in the bill in silence, you know. So I enjoy crosstalk, but not disturbance, all right? So therefore, I am here. There's a reason why I'm here. The reason why I'm here is because I have seen behind the curtain on the other side. I've seen behind the curtain. And don't provoke me, because I will declare and disclose what I have seen. You don't want to provoke me. You don't wish to provoke me. Mm-hmm.
There's no provocation today, and there's no revelation today. We have a bill before us. We deal with the bill. So we don't want no provocation, and we want no revelation. Okay? So just, and please allow the senator to make his contribution in some peace. Continue, Honorable.
I thank you very much, esteemed President. You know, I am happy to be able to contribute in silence. I wish to start by mentioning the obvious. There are many persons in the government, including the defense minister, in this parliament and on the outside, who went at pains, without anyone asking the question, to declare that African people have nothing to worry because he is African. And you have, my friend doesn't seem to understand that race is at the center of the issue. If in the majority of the communities, as Israel Khan has said, as the Minister of Defense has said, the Minister of Defense has introduced the question of race. Not us. Not us. If you have something to say, I have to give way. I'm not going to entertain you until I've delivered the crux of my point.
Please. I think you're referring to a contribution by the Minister of Defense in the other place. No. Don't interrupt me. The minister spoke about that in the other place, not in this place. And you can go to the records there. Okay? If you want, quote the Hansard. But here, I did not hear the Minister of Defense introduce race in this House. And I want to make it very clear. As the presiding officer, I will not allow this Senate to descend into that arena. Let us have discussions, but not descend into any kind of indignities or any kind of area that can bring this Senate into disrepute. I will not facilitate that. So I'm saying that warning to everybody. Let us conduct ourselves professionally in this chamber. Continue, Honorable Senator.
You know, I am very grateful for your intervention, Mr. President. You know, at least it has calmed anxieties on the other side. I don't know what's getting them so upset. I haven't even begun the first stanza of my presentation. You know, and if the gentleman at the end, if the member, the honorable member at the end continues, I will ask you to assist me again, one more, Mr. President. But, you know, this bill will suspend the constitutional rights of persons in particular areas. Which areas? We have to speculate, but we hear the government introducing certain areas, and I will treat with that as I go along. Now, the debate is not merely about crime suppression. It is about power, precedent, economics, dignity, as you have introduced, Mr. President, and consequence. What are the consequences of these actions? We are being asked to support legislation that suspends constitutional rights. I'm not sure if the conduct of the honourable member is appropriate. His back is to the chair in such a manner, conducting a conversation. So, thank you very much, Mr. President. I see he has corrected his posture. So we are being asked to support legislation that suspends constitutional rights, contains no sunset clause,
Mr. President,
and offers no guaranteed relief or restoration.
Mr. President, I stand on standing order 53(1)B. He's been very repetitive. We have been hearing this from every speaker on the opposition side on constitutional rights. As I rise on that.
Okay. I'll allow the member to continue. Please, continue.
Yes, so gracious, Mr. President. Can you just remind me of what time I started?
Well, from my record here, I can tell you end at 4:43.
Thank you very much. The government insists that the bill is race neutral, even while the language, geography, and historical context tells a different story. Communities are being told they have nothing to fear in the way of curfews, detentions without charge, extraordinary powers of the police based on broad subjective criteria. The Law Association, I'm sure you would have read their missive, Mr. President, would have pointed to that. Now, what is also troubling is that this bill is being advanced at a time where tens of thousands of citizens have been terminated by this government, and not a word from the Minister of Labour on that issue. How will policy, as we are here to discuss, address the mitigating factors that must be brought to bear on these persons living in these communities? But I'm sure maybe the pip that his colleague on his side mentioned too is really meant for him. So the warnings are not coming also from us in the opposition even. These warnings are coming from persons who are declared UNC supporters. Warrior Princess. I see a member mentioned Sangre Grande. And that is one of the communities that maybe the government is indicating might be placed under a zone of I want to say the word special operations, you know, but a zone of suppression. Because they will experience the suppression of their constitutional rights, suppression of their voices, suppression of their actions that can bring the government to account. And I know, Mr. President, as a man from the labor movement yourself, you would understand when a government seeks to do these things, it can cause serious turbulence in the population. Now, history also teaches us that there are many examples where the government, through the police force, went way beyond. I'm sure you're a learned man, and you would know of the crimes against humanity that happened in Grenada with the Mongoose gang, that happened in Haiti with the Tonton Macoute. So not because the ministers look like the people from the area means that justice will be served. So that is important to note. Now, the first contribution this afternoon from Senator Alexander spoke about Diego Martin and runaway crime. And then I turned to the bill in part 2 regarding the zone of special operations, where they make an assertion that if there is reasonable grounds to believe rampant criminality exists, then that provides the opportunity to create a zone. So if you are someone living in Diego Martin today, in areas described by the minister, you can't be faulted to think that maybe you will be placed under a zone. What does that speak? to the businesses? How does that speak to the businesses in the Diamond Vale Industrial Estate? All right? How does that speak to the businesses in the Diamond Vale Industrial Estate if a curfew is to be implemented on them? Will they now lose their night shift? Now, even if, Mr. President, as you know, as experienced during COVID, if a curfew is in place, persons may not live in an area where there is a curfew, but they need time to go home. So during COVID, if you have a curfew, if you impose a curfew on Diego Martin, as the senator said, and someone lives in Arima, but they are a critical employee to an entity in the industrial estate, they have to leave. And there is nothing you can do to stop that. In addition to that, if someone has to travel through Diego Martin to reach home, they are also impacted. So, if the taxi driver living in Diego Martin is impacted, there are so many people who will be impacted by this curfew imposition that it will go way beyond, well, just the people in that area it will affect. That notion that is just that area and we'll fix that area, it says to you, Mr. President, I'm sure, that this bill is short on the leg of the impact on public policy. Very short. It means that they didn't think through how will they manage this. Now, that's about the businesses, and I told you about the workers. The SOE and crime. I'm an economist, so we study trends and we study statistics. And it is clear to everyone, I've noted from contributions from the independent benches, that for the first few months of last year, the murder rate significantly declined. And who was in government in the first few months of last year? The PNM. So the statistics are there. These are facts. They are indisputable. And therefore, it stands to reason, if you are a reasonable person, that if it worked for the first 4 months of last year in terms of reducing the murder rates, it would have worked as the SOE continued. So there is no distinction there. The SOE is a measure that was done if there was a critical emergency, but it was not something that you would want to have happening indefinitely. This bill this bill will result in an indefinite opportunity for the government to keep certain areas in states of emergency. Now, the longest rope of our end, and as we are here in the Parliament, we know very well, if we study history, that even in this Parliament, when the then government sought to suppress the will of the people who were ratepayers paying for water, the result was they burned down the Parliament, 16 people died and 51 were injured. That is the history of the Red House. All right? That is the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Every generation in this country, from the Housay riots in the 80s, the water riots in 1903, the Butler riots in 1937, 1970, and 1990, every single generation of Trinidad and Tobago has had a mass public uprising against a government. And therefore, this government, a word to the wise, will be sufficient. Suppressing the voices of the people may allow you to be able to declare some measure of immediate statistical success, but it will not allow you to treat with the underlying causes of the problem. And it is in addressing the underlying causes of the problem that you relieve the true pressure on the poor and the middle class. Mr. President, I wished to treat with the comments of the senator, the young senator who preceded me, Senator Rasheed. My apologies for that reference. But I will I will not refer to his remark because you addressed that properly. All I will say is that he is pointing to issues in a community, and many of them that couldn't be addressed with ISOE, all right? But that have to be addressed by treating with the underlying causes of truancy, youth delinquency, unemployment, underemployment, and progress. Let's look at this government in the 9 months. If I were to honor Senator Rasheed with a response to his contribution, to allow him to be better informed as to how we can assist his community in Central. The government needs to recognize that the onslaught that they have unleashed on the young people in Trinidad and Tobago by 50,000 plus jobs being wiped off, only to mama guide them with a 20,000 persons to apply for jobs and so on without receiving the jobs.
Mr. President, 46.
Then I want to move on to
Mr. President, 46-1.
Yeah. All right. What I would suggest, Senator Obika, related to provisions of the bill, so that at least 46-1 would become redundant. Okay?
So, Mr. President, I thank you for your intervention. All right? Now, there's a critical section of this bill that I haven't heard much prior contributions in this place or the other that I wish to anchor a large part of my contribution on. And you will understand as I get into it, as I deal with this point, in relation to the issues raised by Senator Rasheed. When we turn to part 4 of the bill, we speak to the powers of the joint force in the zone, search and seizure, custody or disposal of a vehicle, arrest and detention, and so on. And it speaks to all the issues that persons were talking about in terms of profiling persons and the dangers with that. But what they don't speak to, and I have not heard anyone in this place or the other treat with, is what are the current institutions in those communities that assist in alleviation of crime, that assist in remedying. Senator Rasheed pointed to one institution, that is the Police Youth Club. All right? But there are institutions that are in almost every community, Mr. President, that this government has deliberately defunded. The steel pan movement, they have cut away funding for pan sites from NGC, from Heritage Petroleum. This, Mr. President, is this singular act results in real-time crime intervention. Mr. President, I understand that my colleague, Senator Chaitan-Maharaj, doesn't understand the importance of the steel pan movement. So if I crave your indulgence to give some explanation as to why it is important and pertinent to this piece of legislation.
Everybody who wants to speak will get the chance to speak. Senator Obika is on his legs. I would like him to be. Give him the opportunity to speak in silence. Continue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. No, I have been a teacher for most of my life. And Tobago, school in Tobago, in Trinidad, in hotels. I've been a teacher for most of my life. So I appreciate feedback from students. So one important point is, what is the role of the institutions in the society? So Senator Rasheed happened on it when he spoke about the Police Youth Club, and Derek Shabody, who I must salute as a true patriot of Trinidad. As a young person, I was introduced to the work that he did, and I believe that he is a hero of Trinidad. But there are many heroes, Mr. President, in these communities. Many members mentioned communities. We have enterprise. We have a community that I'm sure Senator Maharaj will be very familiar with, Mbakade, as he is from San Fernando. All right? In Marabella, where I spent time growing up, on the line, there's a pan side there, wonderful pan side. I saw them performing for the government when they just came into office. All right? Southern Marines, and many young people. You have many stories of young people were in their streets. Young men were killed. And what saved some of those young men who didn't run afoul of the law was they were rescued by the pan side. They learned to read music, they learned to perform,
Mr. Speaker, standing order,
and they learned to play.
46-1, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman has been speaking about PAN. This is not a bill about PAN. Please.
No, I overrule. Continue, please.
I humbly appreciate your assistance, Mr. President. No, let me just land on that point, right? Because I saw a contribution in relation to this bill in the public domain. Senator Rasheed introduced some public persons. There's a local artist. He doesn't go by his hip-hop name again. I think it's Omari is his name. And he mentioned the importance of the pan sites. And he said that they encourage young people to enroll in tertiary education, promote wealth creation, and support positive peer counseling and improvement. And they encourage wealth creation. So when you go into Marabella today, Mr. President, you will see young people who are products of this. And the same police officers, when they enter these communities, they look to the band leaders. And sometimes a young person's freedom can be determined by if the band leader say he will take him under his wing. But those are the same institutions that this government have cut funding for. That same band in Marabella that played for them.
46-1,
they took
Mr.
funding
President.
away from Southern Marines.
46-1, Mr. President. He is straying too far. You've given him enough leeway. He's straying too far.
Please. Listen, it only have one presiding officer in this chamber. And I see like some people want to take over my job. I think the Honorable Senator is seeking to develop a point. I am giving him an opportunity to do so, and then I'll ask him to press on. Senator Obika, I know that you are on the steel ban. Link it to the bill and move on after that, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to just leave that for the end of my presentation. I want to go straight to my core training in economics at this point in time, because I see that I'm quickly running out of time. I know that will disappoint members opposite immensely. I see my friend there is agreeing with me. So, Mr. President, what will be the economic impact of the zones of special operations? I see an esteemed economist, Dr. Atz, who was also my professor at the University of the West Indies. What are the economic impacts of these zones? I initially outlined that in Diego Martin, the entities in the Diamond Vale area Pardon me if I don't know the exact name of it because I'm from Point Fortin, right? But I know there's an industrial park in Diamond Vale. They will be impacted. See, the Minister of Trade is here. I'm sure the Minister would wish to have an audit done to determine in advance of these zones or in real time where these zones are being outlined to assist the technocrats in the ministry and in e-tech and so on to prepare in advance. Because can you imagine, you are an industrial estate, you've just expended millions of dollars in getting your systems on top. You have an order coming in from Jamaica or from Ghana, as we are now looking to Africa to do trade, and then they clamp down your area with a zone. It might be in exactly where you are, but it might be, I see the honourable member is asking about the yam from Ghana. I think the member would want to be careful how you speak about a sister country, especially since the Minister of Trade is trying so fervently to do business with Ghana. You shouldn't have a disrespectful and disparaging remark to make about a sister nation like that. I encourage and invite the honourable member to do better. And I say so with no malice. If you are in an industrial park, let's say Phoenix Park, and a special zone is mentioned, let's say for some part of Cuba, and you depend on the transport network to bring your workers to and from your products, distribution, and everything, that will significantly hamper your operation and the work of the Honourable Minister. I worked in the Ministry of Trade on 2 occasions, fresh out of university and fresh out of the UNC, if I were to be allowed to make that statement. But pardon me for that. Let me return to my presentation. So basically, the issue will be on the impact on the workers and on the businesses. I think consultation would have assisted that, but not only consultation, the decisioning, the determining factor as to how the Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister, makes a decision on a zone. I'm not sure what place the Ministry of Trade has in that. It's all about security and national security and so on. But as I've tried to demonstrate, national security does not exist in a silo. Another economic joke. It doesn't exist on an island of its own. And therefore, it will be important to have the economists, as I'm making a pitch for the economists, to be part of that consideration. However, the other issue is economically now. The Chamber of Commerce, all right, indicated when the SOE was called that they are concerned that sales can significantly decline. And the same can happen in this case, where the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce mentioned that last year. Now, another issue, and I wanted to now go into as I say, I'm coming to my last 10 minutes, the Social Transformation Committee. I will leave the bulk of my presentation relating to that committee to eminent colleagues who are to come up as the debate escalates. But I will touch on this social transformation issue. Now, members present spoke about stigma. Some said it can also, but what about the effect that this stigma can have on business? For example, Mr. President, if someone is producing something and you have a special zone announced. In Jamaica, when a special zone is announced, the government of Jamaica announces the geographic location, and then the foreign embassies warn their citizens not to venture into those places. All right? So if they declare a zone in Diego Martin because the Honourable Minister Alexander mentioned Diego Martin, it's rough and crime, rampant criminality, and then if the government then follows the Honourable Minister's advice and places a zone in Diego Martin, then the Diamond Vale industrial estate can find themselves on a U.S. government bulletin saying, do not venture into Diamond Vale. What is the impact on businesses? I'm not saying not to do it in Area A or Area B, Mr. President. I am saying when you do it, you must understand what are the economic consequences. Now, doing business in Jamaica. In Jamaica, there was I experienced decline in sales of 15% to companies in these zones. What exactly? That's one reader. Dr. Valmiki Arjun also mentioned in the last SOE, when it was announced, that the absence of a curfew does not mean that the SOE will not have some effect on the economy. And Dr. Arjun was keen to mention the absence of a curfew. So you can imagine with the imposition of a curfew, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, the stop and search measure in this bill brings me to a point of serious concern. It's serious concern. I was not in Trinidad and Tobago when this happened the last time, from 2010 to 15, but there are colleagues of mine, professionals who live in communities, whether it's Lavantil or what have you, who told me that every single young man in that community, and all the young men looked like me, were under attack based on the measures. So every young man was a suspect. So you can imagine, colleague of mine, public servant, coming home and stop and search every day. Stop and search every day. So, Mr. Yeah, okay.
I think you went at 4:45, so you have another couple of minutes, so continue, please.
Mr. President, the leader of government business in this Senate left it on the Hansard that he's a proud Indian. In this bill, therefore, at the head of the government bench, the question of race has been introduced in this debate. Uncontested by anyone on the side.
Mr. President,
I can say I'm a proud.
Mr. President, I stand up.
Hello, take a seat. Take a seat. I know the temperatures are rising, but we have to conduct ourselves properly in this chamber. And, you can make a point, but you don't have to shout and carry on. Let us conduct ourselves professionally. Please? Okay. So I'm asking, we have a few minutes to go before your 4:45 period comes to an end. Let us conduct ourselves professionally. And we don't have to be shouting across unnecessarily. You can make your point, but we don't have to be shouting and you are standing up and I am standing up as if there's a breakdown. No, let us conduct ourselves properly. I will not permit this thing to continue. Okay? Senator Taharqa, Obika, continue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was only at decibel mid, but because the member was above my decibel and he was not quoting a standing order, I had to elevate. But I'm only stating, Mr. President, that how can it be right that the person in charge of this house, the leader of government business,
And Obika, you made that point. Let us move on now, because that is going to only start to open up wounds again. It doesn't make sense. I think you made your point. It is on the hands of record. Let's move on to another point, please. Okay?
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the silence on the other side. The point is made. The government, by introducing in clause, I believe it's section 25, clause 25 of this bill. Let me just confirm the clause, Mr. President. In clause 25 of this bill, there is the proposed establishment of a social transformation committee. And I am now going to take that opportunity, which you afforded me earlier, but I indicated I would defer to the end of my presentation. All right, as I see Senator Roberts is studious in his consummation of my presentation. The institutions in the communities of Trinidad and Tobago that treat almost exclusively with young persons who may be going astray. Primary among those, in the communities that have been pointed out, Mbakade, Enterprise, the line in Marabella, Kokie, I'm from South, I go start there. Warden Road in Point Fortin, Bethel if you're in Tobago, for the Honorable Senators present from Tobago, or in Diego Martin for Senator Alexander, and Sangre Grande for the Minister of Defense, who's not a member of this House. The Steel Pan movement is a cornerstone, and they do human service. On this Social Transformation Committee, what assurance do the citizens resident in those places have that it's not just going to be more police and boots on the neck, rather than entities that are designed to save them, not to jail them? And I am saying, Mr. President, that whatever the intent of the bill is, the outcome is that based on this, the people will be worried. And based on the experience of the government in the last turn of the wicket, where they had mass detentions, which has cost the taxpayer significant funds, thereafter, which some of the attorneys who were part of them ended up defending them. That is the irony of it. They have seen the fruits of this government, and they do not trust them. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Candice Jones-Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to join this debate at this time. Now, Mr. President, we are now, I believe, 20 speakers into this bill. And so I intend to be brief, and in instances where there may be slight repetition, I can assure everyone I don't intend to jump into the guile, and I will, however, try to be relevant insofar as it bolsters what I wish to say. So bear with me. So, Mr. President, we have said it repeatedly, but it is true that this bill arises from extraordinary circumstances. And there can be no serious dispute that Trinidad and Tobago is confronting unprecedented levels of violence, organized criminality, and public fear. And there is a sentiment that not enough is said about that when we are debating this legislation. So I want to say at the onset that the fears and concerns of citizens are real and valid, and the government has been tasked with a hard mandate, which is to address crime. And the government has said, address it we will fix it. And it is true in that old adage or saying that drastic times call for drastic measures. But because these measures are drastic, it means that our deliberations must not be rushed. They must be careful, principled, and anchored firmly in our constitutional architecture. Now, Mr. President, this bill is not just another crime-fighting tool. It represents a fundamental shift in how exceptional powers are exercised in a democratic society. And that alone, in my view, justifies deeper scrutiny. Mr. President, the Senate is not elected to govern. We are appointed to scrutinize. And our role is not obstruction, but improvement. And the bill, with its far-reaching implications for constitutional rights, policing, governance, it warrants further deliberation. And I don't think that that is anything to be feared, and I don't think that's anything to be discouraged. Now, Mr. President, our Constitution already provides a carefully crafted framework for extraordinary circumstances through SOEs. So we know what those are. There's a declaration by the President. There's a requirement for government to specify the precise threats justifying the emergency. There's a strict 15-day duration. There's parliamentary debate and approval for extensions up to 3 months. And there's a special majority for any further extension. Now, these safeguards exist to ensure that extraordinary powers remain temporary, accountable, and exceptional. By contrast, the zones of special operations regime proposes a markedly different approach. There's no declaration by the President. There's no requirement for parliamentary debate on the declaration or duration of a zone. There's broad discretion vested in the Prime Minister, cordoned areas and curfews that may be determined without any clear statutory criteria. So the concern here, Mr. President, is not only whether these powers may be abused, but whether we are normalizing emergency governance without emergency accountability. Are we, in effect, creating a permanent state of exception without the constitutional guardrails that we see with the SOEs? So I think this is a question that deserves more than an expedited passage. Now, there's hope on the horizon, you know, because there are practical ways, I tell you, Mr. President, that this bill can be strengthened to garner public confidence and support. For example, Section 6 permits the Prime Minister to declare a zone where there is rampant criminality, yet provides no objective criteria to assess what is rampant. And this is a simple fix. In my view, this creates uncertainty and it invites subjective interpretation. So I support recommendations that I have seen from the Law Association where they have given indicators that could be put in, such as give us information as to the violent incident rates, documented gang control, and show us where there have been repeated attacks. These things can be expressly articulated. Further, Mr. President, Clause 8 requires the Prime Minister to make a statement to the Parliament within 14 days of declaring a zone. And at first when I saw that, I thought, okay, fine, this could work, but it doesn't specify what that statement must contain. So the Prime Minister could come and say anything. And this is not just this Prime Minister, this is any Prime Minister, because we are not legislating for now, we're legislating for the future. So citizens would benefit from disclosure where possible and appropriate, because we know we often hear, well, you know, some things can't be disclosed. And we understand that. But we need to get evidence, at least reasons, justifying the declaration, and I respectfully recommend that this needs to be included in the bill because there's nothing wrong with that type of disclosure. In fact, I believe the government should welcome that. Now, Clause 7 allows for extensions of up to 180 days by affirmative resolution. This provision could be reinforced. So there's another thing that we could amend, and to give an obligation on the government to provide data on arrests, seizures, and not only the arrests, but the prosecutorial outcomes, so that we know how this has really worked in a way that benefits society. We want to know about if there are complaints, if there have been disciplinary proceedings, and the outcomes of those too. We want crime metrics and the deliverables on this social transformation committee. Legislation that significantly curtails liberty must demonstrate not only intent, but evidence of effectiveness. Otherwise, we risk undermining public confidence while yielding limited security gains. So, Mr. President, effectiveness must be central to this discussion. Now, the police have acknowledged and have provided an example of how the SOE can work for us. They've said that gang investigations are complex, and the acting Deputy Commissioner, Kurt Simon, was quoted in 2025 in the Newsday stating that gang investigations typically take between 18 and 24 months, and that the state of emergency allows them to rapidly investigate these matters. So we can understand the benefits associated with the SOE. However, Mr. President, during this recent July 18 state of emergency, 15 persons were detained as at September 6, 2025, yet available information indicates that very few of those persons who were detained were charged, and attorneys have already signaled that several detentions will be challenged before the courts. Our experience with past states of emergency raises legitimate questions about intelligence quality, proportionality, and whether mass detention is the most effective way for crime suppression. We are told, Mr. President, that this legislation draws inspiration from Jamaica, and therefore we need to look at Jamaica. Now, the Jamaican Minister of National Security has stated that ZOSOs bring a measure of safety, dignity, and freedom of movement to affected communities. And I believe this is why the government finds it to be an attractive measure. However, he also describes ZOSOs as only one tool in a broader crime-fighting strategy. ZOSOs have existed in Jamaica since 2017. And from 2017 to 2022, I was surprised to learn that the murder rate did not decline. In fact, it increased. And it reached its highest level in 2022, right? Which is what, about 5 years into this ZOSO regime. And so that concerned me. There was a marked decline in 2025, which coincided with a significant rise in police killings. So Jamaica recorded 311 police fatal shootings in 2025, representing a 65% increase over the previous year, prompting serious concerns from human rights bodies. Now, in response to this, the Jamaican police undertook to implement body-worn cameras to improve transparency and evidence gathering. So we could learn from that even now, right? So this brings me to clause 22, which requires body cameras only as far as is possible, having regard to available resources. Now, Mr. President, this language risks being seen as an excuse already, that we're anticipating that we wouldn't wear these body cameras. And if we could see what is happening in Jamaica, then if we are serious about passing the bill and addressing concerns about abuse, then we could address this now by making it mandatory for these body cameras to be worn in the implementation of ZOSOs. Notably, Jamaica's Commissioner of Police, Dr. Kevin Blake, in outlining the factors behind the reduction in crime, cited these things. And I was interested in it simply because a lot of times you hear, well, you're criticizing or you're not adopting the measure wholesale. What are the ideas that you've come up with? And I was interested to hear that he said intelligence-led policing, partnerships with the defense force, yes, there was that, visible patrols, improved response times, financial investment from the government, community trust, and institutional unity are the things that he credited for the success. At no point did he specifically attribute that to Zosos. Mr. President, laws of this magnitude cannot succeed without public trust. Yet this bill is advanced with minimal public consultation. Civil society, faith-based organizations, the legal profession, community leaders, particularly those in vulnerable areas, they should have an opportunity to be heard. The fears expressed by citizens are not irrational. I've heard it said here that we're talking about abstract things. The concept of a lived experience is an abstract thing. We need not rubbish citizens' concerns about discrimination. Those things are valid, and unless you've walked in their shoes, you shouldn't dismiss it. I wish to quote from Dr. Maziki Thame, senior lecturer in the Department of Government at UWI Jamaica, who explained on a recent interview that messages received from the implementation of ZOSOs came across as anti-poor and that persons in these communities are disposable. So if these were concerns coming out of Jamaica, what we should do, instead of getting upset and getting emotional and getting angry every time these things are even suggested, why not just acknowledge that these fears exist and show how in the legislation that we are prepared to adjust it so that people don't have to feel afraid, that they see us taking accountability in a real way. Mr. President, I've heard it said in here, it takes courage for the government to bring this legislation, but it takes courage to have to talk about discrimination, and that should not be. The government should not fear consultation, Mr. President. Consultation strengthens legitimacy. So, to address these concerns, I say, many of these recommendations and proposals in here are valid. Oftentimes, Mr. President, you hear the criticism that we don't want to support the legislation, and that is not true. Often we are saying we think it's a good idea, but listen to us. These are the amendments that we are proposing. We want to support it with the right things in place. We want to support good law, Mr. President, and those are the things that you're not hearing. All you're hearing is a selective, we don't want to support the law, but that is not the whole story. So I'm putting it here today, Mr. President, through you, that there has been a call for consideration of this bill before a joint select committee, Mr. President, and I support that call. While I acknowledge that excessive deliberation, as said by the Honorable Senator Alahar, that excessive deliberation can delay action, scrutiny must never be sacrificed for expediency. Mr. President, if we have a JSC, these are the things that it would allow for: detailed examination of safeguards, evidence-based assessment of effectiveness, input from civil society and affected communities, and refinement of amendments that preserve security while reinforcing constitutional accountability. Mr. President, these are great things. Why aren't we pausing to ensure that this is done? If the bill contains safeguards and abuse, and all of these things will be a thing of the past. These safeguards would allow us to clarify the law, strengthen the law. Mr. President, quite recently, we were here before this Senate debating the home invasion bill, right? And the government consulted. And that bill, in the opinion of the Attorney General, did not offend sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution. And yet there was consultation. And you know what came out of that consultation? The first version of that bill was altered with several amendments that were useful. So why not, in this circumstance where we have acknowledged that this bill offends section 4 and 5 of the Constitution, we are not calling for the same level of consultation? Mr. President, this bill also contemplates a social transformation committee. I like the idea. It sounds attractive. But why must communities wait for designations as zones of special operation before they could get this level of social investment? Why can't we have educational, employment, mental health, youth interventions? Let's work on that now. Let's galvanize that. And in fact, in ZOSOs, under the ZOSOs, Mr. President, from my research, it appears that ZOSOs in Jamaica focus on things like road repairs, summer camps, and registration of birth certificates. I hope that this is not the intention that we are going forward with, because these are helpful, but they are not transformative. So crime is rooted in social and economic deprivation. Perhaps the focus should have been on zones of special opportunity. That is what we should have come with, zones of special opportunity, Mr. President. Zones that's centered on family support, entrepreneurship training, skills development for these children in these areas, and long-term economic upliftment. Mr. President, crime does not exist in isolation. We have heard many say it, and I want to say it here, that white-collar crime, financial crime, and corruption often fuel and facilitate this violent crime that we're trying to deal with, and any serious crime-fighting strategy must address those linkages, and not merely the visible manifestations of crime on our streets. Mr. President, I want to give the government the assurance, even though I'm hearing the murmurings and the mumblings on the other side across there, I want to tell them that this is not a call to weaken the state's hand against crime. This is not what I am here about. It is a call to ensure that we strengthen the state, that we do not weaken the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I want to say that I took note of the defense minister's statement, on an interview on TTT, where he acknowledged that it is not the intention of the state to have ZOSOs be implemented for more than 5 years. Now, I want to say, well, if that is the case, and he has acknowledged that it's not meant to be long-term, then what could be the difficulty with working out then the implementation of a sunset clause, where we could anticipate from now that this is not meant to be long-term, perhaps 2 to 3 years we could do that, because extraordinary powers should not be normalized indefinitely. A sunset clause, Mr. President, because I have heard the response of the Minister of Defense and the Honorable Attorney General to previous calls for a sunset clause. Well, we have a review clause, but Mr. President, we all know that those two are not the same. So with the sunset clause, it is stronger than review in this case. It compels Parliament to revisit, reassess, and re-justify the continuation of such powers. And Mr. President, as promised, I will be brief. History teaches us that extraordinary powers, once normalized, are rarely relinquished. You become desensitized. And the true test of democracy is not how it behaves in calm waters. It is how we govern during storms. So let us confront crime decisively. Let us protect the citizens. Yes, the government must. And I want to say this, I support the government in its fight, because if the government fails, we all fail, right? So you want to ensure that we're not only protecting from violence, but the erosion of constitutional principles are just as important. So for these reasons, Mr. President, I urge caution, I urge consultation, and I urge further scrutiny. And with these few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, I think we could take the break now, the tea break, and we come back at 5:50 p.m. This session is now suspended until 5:50 p.m. Senator the Honorable David Nakhid, Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, after 6 years of being in the Senate, I think today's contribution by those on that side were probably the most hypocritical contribution that I've ever heard in 6 years. 6 years. I'll begin with the last one first. Senator Jones-Simmons talking about Jamaica and comparing. Well, I don't know. Speaking, it seems, on both sides coming out of both sides of our mouth. Didn't know whether to compliment Jamaica or not, but had this to say that somehow, if the Zosos are enacted in Trinidad and Tobago, there'll be a rise in police killings. That's what she said about Jamaica. There was a rise in police killings. Using selective data, how does the senator not know that those rise in police killings were a response to criminal activity? Where's your data? You all like to talk about data on that side. Where's your data to show that those killings weren't justified? But just quickly come in and talk. And everything from all senators on that side, who vex laws, from all senators on that side, with more than a tinge of race baiting. Everything they had to say. Some of them completely without substance. All of it came back to what? Race. Race. UNC targeting black people. UNC targeting black people. I'm here to say, I've been here a citizen of this country for 61 years. I never seen nobody target black people more than PNM. As a matter of fact, based on his contribution, the only reason Senator Obika is here today is because he has black skin. That's the only reason. His contribution made absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense that someone who professed to be the son of Njak, would come here today praising the PNM and talking about how he was behind this curtain. What curtain he was behind? You're a low-level functionary, if anything else. You come to talk about you was behind this curtain. Now you're behind that curtain on that side. Thank God. Thank God.
Get rid of it. Trash take out itself.
And I challenge you to release anything, because here what I could release. You, in your hysteria or your desire to rile up what is left of your base, talking about someone come and talk he's a proud Indian. Yeah, I hope he's a proud Indian. I hope very much he's a proud Indian. I hope Ravi Rati am too. I tell you what I am. I'm a proud Trinbagonian. A proud Arab. I'm responding to this.
Mr. President, the member's standing order 46-4 statement that I only was allowed to speak here because of my black skin. That is an offensive and insulting statement by the minister.
Yeah, let us not get into that area. I ruled on that earlier on. So, Senator Nakhid, you're making a contribution. The Honorable Senator is taking objection to what you have said. I would ask you and so on to refrain from going on that route. Let's continue.
Guidance accepted. But it's quite clear. This is the same gentleman. When I highlighted the plight of a young Akil Chambers, who was killed in the most gruesome of manners, sodomized by a PNM operative, claimed, and his name was Ken Valley, object it as you want, I am talking. This is the same one who claimed to leave UNC in his anger that I would come out and defend Akil Chambers. This is the same one who pretended to be the most Pan-African person in the room. Give me a break. my brothers were in Njak.
Mr. President, is 46-6. Is there a standing order against former members of the House and statements against former members of the House?
No. Overrule, continue, please.
Shame. The shamelessness of trying to defend somebody who did what he did and claiming to be the son of Njak. I continue. My brothers were in Njak. My uncles were in Njak. I see them get licked from police. Who? Protesting against the PNM. They talk about the social revolution. Somebody even called on their side the social revolution in 1970. No. That was the Black Power Revolution against the PNM for oppressing black people. You don't even know your history. You don't even know your history. You don't even know they bring a political dunce to come here and represent them. You don't even know your history.
Mr. President, I'm compelled. I'm not sure if using the word dunce is allowed in Parliament. 46-6, please. 46-4, sorry.
Yeah, I uphold that standing order, and I ask the Honorable Senator Nakhid not to go down that road. And that is not permitted, okay? We don't have that in our parliamentary lexicon, okay? So, but continue, okay?
I accept your guidance, gentlemen, let's be civil. This political ignoramus who knows nothing about his history of his party. Do not tell me you are something and all your actions go against it. I have said that from my first presentation in this House, in this Senate. Do not tell me you're something. Don't tell me you're pro Njak, son of Njak, and you come in here standing up side by side with the PNM. I can tell you what the PNM do. I left Trinidad and Tobago to go to college in 1982. When I left there, most of the communities on the East-West corridor, from Shafler, Pittsburgh, Mount Lambert, going up to St. Augustine, even as far as some places in Mova, most of them were middle class. I come back here, all of them ghettoized from the PNM. All of them have become ghettos until now from the PNM. There's somebody over there who I question to ask about 500 million and want to claim they care about black people. And the next one to answer about 300 million in rent. Listen. You all are what is going on?
46-1 and 46-4. I'm sure the debate has nothing to do with NJAC. I'm sure that whilst my affiliation to NJAC is known, that is not the subject of the debate. And 46-4, reference of the use of the word that the member just used, Mr. President.
All right. He's making reference to, in terms of 46-1, I overrule that. And in terms of 46-4, I would ask the member to be very cautious as he proceeds.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. But you know, when you look at the state of the country, it's very clear what is before us. We have a bill that seeks to correct the wrongs committed by them. They seem to like living in a country where there's chaos and confusion because it serves their purpose. They seem to like living in a country where they have black people just as a vote bank. That is all they have for them. Because if that is the offering, then none of them they came and told us, well, you know what? This Zoso bill is not right because it's all come back to race. How people will see the stigmatization, how they will see the discrimination. But they are the ones who discriminated and stigmatized these communities by the oppressive economic policies. They did that, not us. They did that. Ask anybody on the ground, from Lavantel to Tenapuna to Sangre Grande. They all will tell you, we used to eat under Kamna Pasad. Everybody say that. Let them deny that. Everybody say they used to eat in those communities, even though they're strong PNM. Lavantel, West and all. Where I come from, we used to eat under the UNC. Under them, salt. So what they have to appeal to, what they came in this Senate to do today, appeal to race. Appeal to race. And race as we know makes no sense. There's no logic about it. So everything that I do, wherever they come back, John Bates, Senator John Bates, who was here, came and said, I see many merits in this bill. And you know, with a few adjustments, exact what she's saying. But you know what? I can't trust this UNC government. The only thing she didn't say is, don't trust them Indian and them. That's the only thing she didn't say. It's the same thing for every one of them. For every debate, they must bring it back to race. And I see the independents and them thumping the desk and things. I call them out too. Thumping the desk for what? All of you all in the back, they always talk about change. Oh, we want change. We want a better society for our African people. Who are the most oppressed? Why are they the most oppressed? You tell me why growing up with people I play football with who look like Senator Obika, why until now they can't see the light of day after 40 years? He's a big economist. He like to talk, he's an economist.
Ask him about the trend.
Ask him what plan they put in place. They come with economic recovery plan, which was a disaster, a mythical disaster. Nothing they come with any solutions, but only race baiting. Only race baiting. Let me tell you something. And I was feeling biblical today. I was really feeling biblical today. Because, you know, although I'm a practicing Muslim, and emphasis on the practicing, I'm a practicing Muslim. I haven't got it right yet, but I will, God willing. I still read all the time what we call the Injil. The Injil is the scripture revealed to Jesus, peace be upon him. I love it. And it says, what I read this morning was, prove all things and hold on to what is good. It applies exactly to this debate. Prove all things, but hold on to what is good. You telling me, some of them are asking us for data on these also. We implement these also yet. But they're asking us to prevent the data about Zozos and what will happen. And we can't. You all have to give us the chance to govern and do what you all haven't done in 20 years. Then come and ask us. But come in here to tell us we want data. And somebody, I think it's Senator Arts. Yes, Senator Arts, always adjust the root cause of, how you want to address the root cause when people don't even have movement? People can't move under the gangs. They can't move. It's all superficiality from you all. All. I'm talking about all superficial. Nothing substantive. Nothing to tell us that we could hold on to. It's just something to send a fella looking like he representing the African community. I want to ask the gentleman, what African community you represented? In social media, make a post. Listen, I fed up with the hypocrisy. I come from the communities that you wish you came from. I come from there. I come from those communities. You come from a community dedicated to the PNM. That is all you come from. Dedicated to the 1%. That is where you are now. That is where you are now. Don't get tapped with the red man. Don't get tapped with that at all.
Mr. President, 46-4. I'm from Point 14. That is an offensive statement.
Overrule, continue, please.
Proving what I said before. A clown. Anyway, as I said, we have what is before us, a bill that seeks to improve the lives of the very same people in those communities that they pretend to represent. The Prime Minister, in her wisdom, she can say, you know what? What are you doing this for? What are you doing this for? Those people don't vote for us. No. What she did, she specifically targeted those areas that we don't even have people, we don't even have representatives to rescue the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. I have always said, save the East-West Corridor, you save Trinidad and Tobago. That is it. Lavantil, maybe they don't understand what Lavantil means. Lavantil is the real heart and soul of Capricorn. All this CARICOM, all you're looking all over the Caribbean for, the heart and soul of CARICOM is Lavantil. That is where it came from. That is the beating heart of what we consider to be a Caribbean citizen. But all you're just using it as a political football. You know, we had to worry about the stigmatization. We had to worry about things. You all ask the people in Lavantil, you all tell them we didn't ask? We don't have to consult. We've seen the last 20 years under this government. We've seen them in all their forms. We've seen how they've used people who look like the people I grew up with to further their agenda. Put them on boards. Have them in Tobago working with P&M lawyers. I will call no names. And come in here to play independent. I'm not taking that from you all. I'm not taking that from you all because it's my people who are getting killed. In the 620-something, most of them came from the East-West corridor. And want to come here and pontificate to us? You can't. Nothing substantive except Senator Lewis. He brought something with some substance. Everything else came back to race. Everything else came back to race. And yes, okay, the second black man in Trinidad and Tobago, Senator McNeish. No, we have to be clear. If you want to bring it down to race, you're lost there too. You're lost there too. You all have done nothing for those communities. You all pretend now that you're all in opposition to represent. You've done nothing for them. You all pauperize Champlain. You all pauperize, ghettoize Mount Lambert. That's places where you used to produce some of the most proficient, the most articulate people in the country. And now if you see the places, bars there, no regulation, they're vexed that the Honorable Prime Minister talking about curbs on alcohol through taxes. No, for them, the place could stay drunk, inebriated, the place could stay undereducated. That is how PNM want to operate. That is how they want to operate. Every single thing that we do, every single thing that the Honorable Prime Minister presents to improve the lives of so-called people they represent, they're against it. They're against it. You know why? They just want mass mayhem. So people on that side could profit and profit nice. 500 million, that's a nice sum. I wish we could get on this side. So, Mr. President, sorry for my tone, but the hypocrisy stinks to the high heavens. The hypocrisy stinks to the high heavens from that side completely. I heard somebody talk about what will happen if the Zosos with the embassies, they will see those Zosos and assume. I have seen before 4 or 5 years, foreign embassies give out no travel for areas in and around Port of Spain. The Savannah, Belmont, Lavantil, Mova. 4 or 5 years ago, I don't know if they have selective amnesia. They haven't seen that? Foreign embassies gave that warning long time ago under the PNM. Do not go into places that are their PNM constituencies. And they come with a political hypocrisy now to talk about, well, we had to wonder what will happen if we put these Osos in those communities. Listen, everybody coming with anecdotal evidence and all kind of. I could bring you a million stories, a million. The young boy who can't even get the training because talented like that, Coach Anil, talented like that, I tell you, the boy. He can't get the training. He can't get the training. You know why? The gang tell him he can't go training. Training in Constantine Park, he can't even pass through the zone to get the training. What you do in there, you're not stopping one life, you know. You stop in the betterment of a whole community. You know. One footballer, one sportsman could uplift a whole community. You know. I can tell you that. I come from Mongdo. I had the joy of living in Mongdo when Mongdo was a middle-class community. You know. Solid, faith-based. Father Candice can tell you. My mother and father are responsible for building the church up in Mongdo. That is how Catholic we are. I come back to a Mongdo that is considered a ghetto and a hotspot. That is PNM at work. That is all they work. Don't come here now and want to tell us that you're all worried about these same people that only ghettoized, only pauperized, only demonized. A bunch of hypocrites. Political failures. Listen, I know this is a sensitive issue, as Senator Simmons said, but we must be brave to talk about discrimination. Okay. I have no problem talking about it. Because I've seen every single community that I had an affinity to, affiliated with, be destroyed by the PNM. And that's just a fact. Lowest in the health index, education index, lowest in mental health. I have a sister who is one of the top psychologists, Dr. Margaret Chatur Nakhid, and she was outlining how the mental health issue is so serious in this country right now, especially in those zones. It's unbelievable. I had no idea. You know, I grew up under a father who, you know what I mean, you couldn't really talk about mental health and things. You know, you had to be a man. You know what I mean? Right now, things are looking good mentally on the East-West corridor among the young people in the community, something that we neglect to look at. Who is responsible for that? The UNC? Or them? No wonder they're not interested in having this bill passed. And the advocates with them. I call no names. No wonder they're not interested. Again, I say, this chaos that they want to see happen, that they want to see remain, that we're trying to our best to remove. And you know, if you ask them, where's the solution? Well, consultation. 620-something people get killed, but they want consultation. Okay, well, if not consultation, well, why we don't talk to the community leaders? The same community leaders that we trying to hold them down from destroying the community, you know. You know what I mean? It's the most vacuous, the most insipid attitude I've seen to a piece of legislation is today. The most insipid. A bunch of cowards to really take the bull by the horns. Thank God for Kamala Prasad Bisa. I had to say over and over. And let me play the record. That little Indian woman. That little Indian woman showing the courage and the fortitude to do what is necessary. I don't get like to get riled up. I'll get some words about that when I reach home, for sure. But I had to, Mr. President. I just have to. We heard ad nauseum Senator Obika talk about the steel pan. Where's the Calypso say? Well, I was waiting for you to jump out. I was waiting for you to jump out of that. He talked about the steel pan. You know when Laventille went into a mess? When because of the PNM, lack of security in Laventille, Despas had to come off the hill. Despas had to come off the hill. Laventille Despas had to come off the hill because they couldn't guarantee any security for anybody in Laventille. This bunch of failures. And talking about steel pan. You telling me, I know what steel pan can do in our community. Senator Veron and I discussed that at length one time in cafeteria. We know what steel pan can do in the community. Nobody needs to come and tell me about where's the Panyard Initiative. Panyard Initiative happened for 40, 50 years now up in Laventille. Down in Nelson Street. Down on George Street. Yeah, I don't understand. But they feel, or they're trying to intimate that pan is a black thing. A black thing what? Pan is a black thing. Pan invented by black men. But it's a Trinbagonian thing, pan. Everything that they claim and want to destroy, they're trying to claim it back now. They're trying to reclaim it. Everything they destroy, ask them what they do for pan. Since Senator Obika, that oracle of Pan-Africanism, since he mentioned it, ask them what they do for Pan. Ask them what they do for Pan. $500 they give to Pan men. $500. You know what Kamala Prasad Bisasa did now? They're talking about heritage and remove. She gave every unsponsored steel band a grant now. $6 million. They did that? They did that? You know what I mean? But you were talking about the heritage and all the other bands that they stopped. But he wouldn't say the unsponsored bands, the smaller bands, we give them the funding. And we also intend to raise the stipend for steel pan. What they did? We had it at $1,000 under Kamala Prasad Bisasa. $1,000. And if it's one thing I would say was the fault between 2010 and 2015, is that government did not let the people know enough what it did for pan. Kamala Prasad Bisasa raised it from $500 to $1,000. $1,000. When they came, what they did? Brought it right back down. Cut it right back down. And he claiming no pan. He claiming no pan. Listen. This so-called Panyard initiative that they like to talk about and pan. You see this Zoso? That was implemented by Panyards in the Panyards before anybody knew what Zoso was. That was what pan was. You used to keep everybody in order. You used to make sure people doing their homework. And more importantly, we had pan leaders. We had pan leaders who were men enough to stand up for the pan men and pan women in Trinidad and Tobago. And I mentioned the great Rudolph Charles. And who wants to say, Nakhid, you talk about the uncle? Yes, I always talk about my uncle, because I'm proud of him and what he left. Proud of him and what he left. Don't blame me if your uncle wasn't good. If you didn't have an uncle who was a creative. My uncle was a creative of the highest order. And he left a legacy for pan. You don't want to come and say, well, we destroying pan? Or we not doing for pan? So, Mr. President, it is not lost on me how both sides over there, how they have presented nothing of substance that really denies what is a very credible, plausible, relevant bill that could really help not only all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but those people in those same communities, they're crying out for our help. I don't want to go back to young Senator Daniel Rasheed's brilliant presentation. Brilliant. Because that's what we needed. We needed someone who heard from the ground. So no need. I don't think after that, nobody could come up with any other anecdote. But are they listening on that side? Or did they come, Mr. President, with an already decided agenda? I would like to ask them that. Did they come with their already decided agenda? Because if they're not listening, they will listen now. I don't trust any of them. None of them. None. And I have reason based on precedent. They'll come and talk, oh yes, the bill is what we need at this moment, but they won't give us a chance. They won't give us a chance as a government to help save the lives of our citizens up and down the East-West Corridor. No. All of a sudden is a love for the freedom and the rights of possible criminals within those communities. We're not saying it. Every Ryan said it. Even your own Economic Recovery Committee, they said it. We have to put resources in place in those communities. How are you going to do that when the gangs come to? Give it to the gangs again? Give it to the gangs again, whole meeting in the Hyatt with community leaders or wherever they help? That's what we have to do. No, we're not doing that. Kamala Prasad Bisasa say we're giving these people a chance to breathe. We're giving them a chance to breathe. We're going to employ certain restrictive ways. We're going to monitor. And you know what? It's going to build a relationship between the police and the community. And if there are any complaints, it will be investigated thoroughly. You're talking like all of a sudden, all these safeguards going out the window. Talking all of a sudden like no more judiciary, no police complaint. Somebody mentioned that. All of a sudden, it's chaos. That's what they wanted to sound like for their own benefit. All of those things still in place. All of those things will still be there. All we are doing is giving those people a chance who want that chance to have a proper life, to bring them back into the mainstream. Bring them back where? Into the mainstream, where all of us live. We live there, so we could come and talk how much we want, pontificate how much we want. All of us here in the mainstream. They are not. They're very much marginalized and very much on the edge of society. They don't know what it means, a normal day, as you heard. Why you all don't want to give them that chance? Why? What is the political reason, obviously? Because nobody came up with anything sensible other than the issue and the boogeyman of race. What is the reason you are denying these communities that chance for them to have a normal life to come to the mainstream? The so-called maybe the little Indian woman will be a dictator and a tyrant, and all of a sudden she'll go mad and just call us as also anywhere she wants? Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence of that? Where did you see that in her track record, in her background? Nowhere. Nowhere. And if you want proof, and like you like to cite, 42% reduction in 9 months. Somebody come and say in the first 4 months, rubbish. Rubbish. The facts are there. Under the UNC, 42% reduction. If you're bordering on doubt, that is the proof right there. Why don't complete that process? That if you're on stats and the stats are there, why don't give the UNC, or you want to go back to John Bates? I don't trust this government. You don't trust this government? Well, nobody trusts, right now, nobody trusts politicians in general. Correct? Nobody trusts. Okay. So then look at the track record. Look and see what we have done. You hear talk about unemployment and $1,000. That's not even reach about 150,000. How much is it now? $1 million. Ask them what kind of employment they had black people under. Ask them the kind of meaningless employment they had black people under for years, them and their children. Tell them if that was acceptable to them. I left here in 1982. I come back in 2000, and I know people who are playing football with me still in CPEP. Are they not fed up with that? Something had to be wrong. Are they not fed up with that? That's good for them. Yeah, what I tell you, I left here in 82, come back in 2020. And people I know who has been still in CPEP and URP, struggling for $120 a day. But that acceptable? I want to answer. That acceptable to us? We say no. Give them a real chance at life. Access to banking. Give them a proper job where they're earning more than that. They're against that. Why? Why? You know why? A liberated mind and financial independence brings a thoughtful voter. They can't deal with that. So late in the order, Mr. President, I don't think it was necessary for me to come and talk about Clause 6 and this. And I think it was necessary for us to put this in context based on what I heard today. Yeah. What I heard today, I found it reprehensible. I found it disappointing and a little bit pathetic that they would try to frame this whole thing down to the issue of race. I leave them with this. We say in the Judeo-Christian, in Islamic theology, the first racist was actually the jinn Iblis, who we refer to as Shaitan, the devil. He was the first racist. All the theologians, they say that. Why? When Almighty God asked him, to bow down to man. What he said to God in his rebellion? He said, no, I will not bow down to man. The reason being, man was created of clay, and I was created of fire. He was the first one to make the distinction. So what we, in the Judeo-Christian theology and Islamic theology, we call racism a devilish inspiration. It makes no sense. It appeals to the most base form of us, the least of our angels. And that is what the PNM does. It appeals to the lowest form of our humanity. Everything back to race. You fail then to help your people. You have no plan to help them. All I can ask, let us do the job that you all haven't done in 62 years. Failing that, you continue to be derelict in your duty. Not only as politicians, PNM politicians, that is a failure by itself. As human beings. You could bring all the window dressing you want, all the NJAC and so-called Pan-African people you want. Do something to help your own people. You know what? Forget that. Do something to help mine. All your people might be 1%. Do something to help mine. But be damned, very sorry, be sure none of you all there could ever pontificate to this man from the East-West corridor. Never about what the East-West corridor needs. And what is needed, Mr. President, is this also. Right now, the urgency of now is here. I thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Senators, we have sitting on my immediate right one Mrs. Shamira Roseberg, Member of Parliament of St. Martin. I'd like us to warmly welcome Sister Shamira Roseberg to the Parliament. I recognize Senator Zola Phillips.
Mr. President, I rise today to contribute to this debate from the perspective of a criminologist, psychologist, and as a citizen deeply invested in how this republic pursues public safety, exercises state power, and safeguards human dignity. I wish at the outset to acknowledge the thoughtful contributions made by senators who have spoken before me. The points raised thus far reflect the seriousness of the moment and the weight of responsibility carried by this legislature. The crime situation confronting our country has understandably generated fear, frustration, and deep anxiety among citizens. Many law-abiding citizens, particularly those living in communities most affected by violence, are searching for relief and stability. In circumstances where crime feels painful, frightening, and out of control, strong and immediate responses can feel necessary and even reassuring. That response is entirely human. However, Mr. President, the role of Parliament, and in particular the Senate and the independent bench, is not only to respond to urgency, but to exercise foresight. The independent bench exists precisely to provide sober, non-partisan scrutiny in the long-term public interest. We are tasked with examining not only whether a measure may work in the short term, But how will it operate over time? How it will be experienced by ordinary citizens, and what safeguards must accompany it? Our Constitution, the supreme law of this land, enshrines fundamental rights and freedoms that were hard-won through struggle and sacrifice. These rights were born of historical experience, of arbitrary power, abuse, and the absence of meaningful recourse. They exist to ensure that human dignity is preserved, and especially in times of fear and uncertainty. Today, we are again confronted with a difficult balance. In the name of public safety, individual rights are increasingly tested, sometimes subtly, sometimes overtly. We see this tension reflected not only in the extraordinary policing measures, but in everyday surveillance practices, such as the widespread use of CCTV, where law-abiding citizens are routinely monitored in public spaces. This raises legitimate questions about the social contract. Where is the line drawn between collective security and individual dignity? As has been stated in this chamber, some have argued that the infringement of certain rights may be viewed as a small price to pay for removing illegal firearms from our streets. Others have rightly cautioned that constitutional protections are not expendable conveniences. This tension now sits at the heart of our deliberations. We understand that at times, individual rights may yield to the demands of social order. However, such limitations must never be approached flippantly, nor should the infringement of human rights ever be minimized or treated lightly. For many citizens, their dignity and rights are among the few possessions they hold dear, sometimes the only things affirming their worth and humanity. It is within this context, Mr. President, that I wish to emphasize the importance of emotional intelligence, respect, and regard in the implementation of this law. If citizens are to be brought along in this process, it must be evident that the state, the government, police, defense force, sees and understands the very high price being paid by law-abiding citizens. It is made clear that the sacrifices being asked of communities in the name of public order and social stability are recognized, acknowledged, and not taken lightly. It is precisely here that the criminological theory becomes especially useful. Theory allows us to move beyond fear and rhetoric and to examine how and why certain crime-fighting strategies may succeed while also illuminating their limits. One such framework is routine activities theory. Developed by Lawrence Cohen and Marcus Felsen, this theory holds that crime occurs when a motivated offender, a suitable target, and the absence of a capable guardian converge in time and space. From this perspective, crime is as much about opportunity as it is about intent. Zones of special operations directly intervene in these dynamics. Increased security presence enhances guardianship. Curfews and cordons reduce target suitability, and heightened surveillance disrupts opportunity for offending. It is therefore reasonable to expect that certain crimes, particularly street robberies, open-air drug transactions, and visible gang activity, may decline during a zone's operation. However, routine activities theory also cautions that opportunity reduction is often situational and temporary. When guardianship is extraordinary rather than ordinary, crime may be displaced or postponed rather than eliminated. This compels us to ask, What happens when normal routines resume and the extraordinary measures are withdrawn? Deterrence theory offers another lens. It suggests that crime may be reduced when punishment is perceived as certain, swift, and severe. ZOSOs are often justified within this framework as heightened enforcement may increase the perceived risk of offending. In the short term, deterrence may contribute to reduced violence, but deterrence assumes rational decision-making. Much violent crime is impulsive, emotionally driven, linked to substance abuse, or embedded in cycles of retaliation and survival. In such contexts, increased risk does not always translate into behavioral change, and deterrent effects may be uneven. Procedural justice theory. Most closely associated with Professor Tom R. Taylor, reminds us that compliance with the law depends not only on the fear of punishment, but on perceptions of fairness and legitimacy. People are more likely to obey the law and cooperate with authorities when they feel treated with dignity, neutrality, and respect. While this bill provides safeguards and accountability mechanisms, legitimacy ultimately depends on how power is exercised in practice. Where communities experience enforcement as imposed rather than participatory, cooperation may erode over time. It is here, Mr. President, that clarity becomes essential. While zones of special operations may be a necessary and even gallant tool in confronting criminal elements, their legitimacy depends on clear definitions of authority, boundaries, and conduct. Extraordinary powers must be accompanied by equally clear limits. This places a responsibility on the Senate to ensure that members of the police service and defense force are adequately trained, not only operationally, but legally, ethically, and in matters of human rights. Without clear guidelines and consistent training, the risk is not merely misuse of authority, but uneven application, undermining public trust and operational effectiveness alike. Finally, social disorganization theory assists us in assessing sustainability. Crime thrives where institutions are weak. It thrives where economic opportunities are limited and community cohesion eroded. Enforcement alone cannot produce lasting safety. The inclusion of social transformation measures within this legislative framework is therefore essential. However, such interventions must be properly resourced, timely, and meaningful. Where livelihoods are disrupted without adequate alternatives, the underlying conditions associated with crime may persist or deepen. Mr. President, zones of special operations raise complex questions about security, rights, and long-term development. My comments are offered not to weaken, but to strengthen in its application and safeguard its legitimacy. Public safety and human dignity are not mutually exclusive. Sustainable security is achieved when firmness is balanced with fairness and urgency is matched with foresight. It is in that balance that lasting public safety is found. A few questions as I close. 1, where are the measures to protect public interest and promote public trust in the implementation of ZOSOs within its characteristic suspension of the constitutional rights of citizens? 2, where are the provisions to enable and ensure monitoring and evaluation and the oversight of the activities in ZOSOs, which are in its experimental phase, beyond the executive branch to include the legislative branch through a JSC? Number 3, What are the coherent and integrating institutional capacity building and organizational development measures for strengthening the success probability of the joint force, or more accurately, interagency operations upon which the purpose of the bill depends so heavily? 4. Is the theory or concept operations for the proposed ZOSOs clear, coherent, concerted? For example, is the concept based on counter-insurgency operations, as in Jamaica, or on security and stabilization operations, or on some other overarching concept of operations? Indeed, all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago would welcome coherent, comprehensive, and concerted measures to reduce both crime and the fear of crime, and ultimately to increase national and public security and safety to levels that enable their peace, productivity, and prosperity. Therefore, in welcoming the introduction of this bill, as I do, it is equally necessary to eagerly anticipate the projected rewards promised in its provisions, as it is to evaluate the potential risks that may require further consideration. Mr. President, I thank you.
I think I want to recognize the Minister of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development at this time.
Mr. President, I want to first start by wishing a Happy New Year to the President and to my colleagues in the Senate. I rise here in support of this bill. But I'm pausing because sometimes I wondered if it seems like I'm in some new kind of, I guess that's the word, a twilight zone. And there's a reason why. Huh?
50,000 people working CPAP and you're not worried? That was the best they could have done for them?
I think
Cut grass?
the AG put it well when he says the definition of madness is people will do the same thing but somehow expect a different result. I think it's Samuel Johnson has a quote that people need to be reminded more than they need to be instructed. And maybe it is that we have somehow lost sight of what has brought us here. It's almost sounding like we're dealing with something new for the first time. That's how it comes across. Hey, there's something called crime, and we're now trying to figure it out.
Consult.
My colleague is not here, Senator Courtney McNeish, but he shared some figures with us. Mr. President, he shared some figures with us yesterday. I don't know if that is lost to persons because it's almost sound like we're talking about the theory of crime. But I know this thing real. His figures were 2014, it had 403 murders. By 2015, it was 420 murders. By 2016, it was 462 murders. No, people, this is real people. Only try to imagine some body bags. Just imagine some body bags lined up. 462 body bags. I know sometimes we have become desensitized because it has become fashionable to see young black men shot on social media, and we just move on. And we will call it what? Gang-related murders. It seemed not to create no stir again in us. In 2017, it was 495 murders. 2018, 517. 2019, and this is PNM time, just for the record, from 2015 go up. Murders increasing. Under the PNM, 517. 2019, 536. Thank God to COVID and the lockdown. You had a drop in 2020 to 393. Then back 2021, you had 448.
Business as usual.
2022, 599 persons lost their lives. 2023, 577. And then we all know 2024, 625 persons lost their lives.
They win. PNM win all the murders.
Then in 2026, it dropped. 2025, it dropped to 369. The Honorable Senator pointed out on his simple analysis. What appeared to make a difference when you had a drop is when there was the implementation of a state of emergency. And you had a drop in murders and a drop in violent crimes. That's the only time. We have been dealing with this crime and criminality for years, decades. I really respect criminologist Senator Phillips. I respect that. I respect her. But guess what? We had criminologists speaking about crime and criminality for a long time, decades now. Everyone behaving as though we now trying to figure it out. We had Professor Emeritus Dr. Ramesh Diosaran for decades. ORTT, by the way. Talking about all these crime and these measures that ought to be put in place. Colleagues, again, people need to be reminded more than they need to be instructed. In the battle against this crime, I see all kinds of careers destroyed. The most police commissioners we have changed as feeling that if we choose the right commissioner, that crime will be solved. Only recall how much of that we have done. A police commissioner will be placed, and somehow, somewhere, it was thought that if you get the right police commissioner, or you give him an appointment, that would have been the resolution. And with that, between 2010 and 2025, we had 8 police commissioners. You had James Philbert, Dwayne Gibbs, Stephen Williams, Gary Griffith, McDonald Jacob, Erla Harewood Christopher, Junior Benjamin, and now we have Alistair Guevara. And that within that 15 years, police commissioners, it works out about each of them getting about no more than 1.8 months in office. 8 years in office, rather. That's what it works out to, because you change, between 15 years, you had over 8. Now, which management theory could tell you could get something out of anything when you have that frequency of a change in police commissioners, all being removed because we had one yardstick, crime and criminality, and every time we see more deaths, they say, well, that one, no good. Let's get a new commissioner. Well, don't talk about ministers of national securities. One after the other, they changed them. Between 2010 and 2025, you had Brigadier John Sandy, Jack Warner, Gary Griffith, Carl Alfonso, Edmund Dillon, Stuart Young, and we had Fitzgerald Hines, which was a joke, Marvin Gonzalez, and now we have our own Roger Alexander. Again, that works out to about 1.6 years in that short space of time for any minister of national security to do anything. We keep changing them out, saying that something is wrong. That becomes probably one of the most feared posts, because you go there, you know you're going to be called some kind of failure in 2 shakes. But that was the reality. And all that is we trying to battle with the crime and criminality in this country. Well, don't talk about crime initiatives we had. Anaconda. That's where there's called where there's joint police, army police task force. That is almost the birthing of it. You had Operation Festive Shield, Operation Blue Line, Operation G-Ride, Prison Contraband Interdiction Operation, all different kind of titles we give, all in a battle with this out-of-control crime and criminality. We all have been treating with it. The discomfort I have is hearing everyone behaving like if we are now trying to treat with something and now trying to figure it out, and this government is just reacting. That's not so. That's not real. That's not the real history of this country. It has been something plaguing us for years. I want to say that during that period of time, whether we like it or not, as Senator McNeish would have pointed out, the only thing that worked to save lives would have been the SOE. That's just a fact that we must come to recognize. And we are talking about 625 in 2024 and 369 in 2025. That's a difference of 256 lives that were possibly saved. When you look at the trajectory, every year it increases, it gets worse. So when you have a situation from 2024 to 2025, 256 murders less in our society, my God, that is something to give, to celebrate. And who could want to go back to that? Who could want to go back to that? So let's not behave as though we are now trying to figure it out. You have all the
20 years of numbers.
For years, we have been fighting and trying to treat with it. And whether we like it or not, whether it's a failure that we haven't, maybe there's more to try to figure it out. But here was the truth. The truth is this society had to wake up and accept that the only time we have been able to have a dent on crime and criminality is when there have been an SOE, and with that we have saved real lives. know it's 256? I wish I could ask everybody to put up their fingers and start checking the 256. One is alive and just till you reach 256. You know what happens? Your hands will get tired. You wouldn't be able to do this till you reach 256. There's a lot of lives saved. A lot of lives saved, and those lives that were saved is not in Westmoreland, it's not in Palmies, it's in the so-called hot spots. What we call in the stigmatized communities, those are the lives that have been saved. And there's a big deal. This is about saving the same people that you're fearful. It's saving real lives. Could there be a greater responsibility for any of us than to try to save lives? When we meet here, and if we could do something that could aid in the actual saving of lives. I have heard, I hear you, with all the concerns someone may say they have. Everyone here, and bright people, I get that. And you can have ideas. I get that too. But if you accept, over the years, the only thing that appeared to work was the SOE, that brought down crime and criminality, that saved lives. And then you have an approaching date that, if we don't act, could result in going back to the carnage of young people dying and we're moving on. I don't think there's anything that any of us could want. It was Drayton, I think it was, Senator Drayton. He would have referred to Hobbes and life in a state of nature. And he would have talked about in Hobbes' theory that would have posited that life in a state of nature, and by state of nature meaning the absence of laws and almost the law of the jungle, so to speak, can be solitary, nasty, brutish, and short. And you almost describe what we call a hotspot. Because that's what we're dealing with. Areas where that has become the norm. Areas where you and me will not even want to walk in the day. Well, for sure, you wouldn't even want to drive in the night. We all know it. This has been factual. It isn't games. There are places that we know it. You're almost sure as night follows day, you're going to see the gangs. You can't go across here. Invisible lines of turf and turf down. Those things are real. There are places that our laws have become ineffective in governing behavior. And what we are trying here is to find a way to treat with that. If what we have is not working, then we have to get something that will work.
Change gears.
And by deduction, over the years, the only thing that could work, and that has worked, for saving lives has been the SOE. And that is not to take away from what Dr. Ramesh, or Professor Ramesh Deosaran would have been speaking about for decades now, or what Senator Zola Phillips is speaking about now. That is not to take away from the fact that there's more to be done. That we all are aware that, yes, The issues that affect these communities are socio-economic issues that must be addressed. They must be, we know that they must be addressed. But I know Senator Dr. Murray, I'm good at the Latin thing, but your piece of Latin says what? Primum non sere. Sere, all right. But first, do no harm. Those are your words. And I have no difficulty in that. What is the do no harm? We have a situation where lives were saved from 2024 to 2025. We have a responsibility to build upon that. We should not, if we fail to act, whatever nice academia and discourse, come 2026, that rather than less murders, we have more than 2024. Which one of us could say we have done a good job? If we were at 625 in 2024, we drop it. What this government is seeking to do is to ensure that we build upon that. And this government has not disregarded that the social issues that they are important. So you have a bill that says, here what? We're going to, the enforcement features of the SOE, like a good doctor, you have a wound, you have to stop the bleeding, we have to stop the hemorrhaging. In this case, we have to stop the bloodshed. And then we have a social transformation committee that is to look into how to deal with the social and economic issues that afflicts those communities. That's the simplicity of what this is about. Maybe there are many other ways to do it, but this is from this side, this is what this side is, this is how we're going to approach it. But it's not something that we need to figure out. Yes, the long-term solution is to fix the communities. The communities, 53 years of the PNM rule. Those things didn't happen overnight. There's no quick solution. We can't sit down here and then tomorrow we find a solution. But here we could do one time. One time we could stop the deaths of young black men. Even as we fix it, we can stop it. There could be nothing wrong with that. To want to reduce the murders in our society. Anybody who have young adults, young children, having to travel, having to go out to work, come home, and we are all afraid for them. We want to have some control of the crime because I think it was Senator Lewis that when we were talking about the other bill, he mentioned about the tendency to blame, I think, the people rather than the policy. Yeah, that's true. We know that those communities didn't come so just so. It is a failure of policies over time that resulted in these communities literally failing us. But to fix those, and you have all the social intervention, economic intervention that I heard you, Senator de la Bastide, because there's a hot war that, yes, consultation is something that you demand. That consulting is good. But guess what? The urgency of this issue that has plagued this country for decades, it's time to stop behaving like we're trying to figure it out. We have to first do no harm. We have to get into these communities and stop the murder, try to close down those gangs that haven't control And then we could look at all the social interventions, because if you have blood flowing out of a wound, you can't start surgically treating with that wound. You just must first stop the bloodshed. And then we can surgically deal with whatever social intervention, economic intervention, we will deal with it. Anyone could sit and come up and have other perspective. But this is about real lives. This country, this has nothing to do with race. I want to be clear. Nothing to do with race. But part of our reality is this. We have been desensitized to black young men deaths. They're all over social media. The country will turn upside down. Someone of a lighter hue in Westmoreland or Goodwood Park, if there be any act of violence against such persons, it come like it's we are waking again. If it's a young black man being shot, completely gang-related murder, and they call it George. Let it be a raid. Whether it's a home invasion or any kind of senseless killing of someone of a lighter hue in areas in the West, you'll have an uproar. That's part of our reality. That we could even think for a moment that we are debating whether or not we can have an alternative to supporting a bill that seeks to do, first and foremostly, continue saving lives, is where I differ. I recall Senator Etienne making mention of Senator Allaha, and when he urging about January 31st, and almost like it was fear-mongering that was taking place on this side, as we're trying to cause senators to not engage in proper scrutiny. That's not what this is. What I understand is this. What works? The only thing that has worked in stopping the bloodshed has been the SOE. I'm talking about stopping the bloodshed. We are not talking about the cure. We know, and it's acknowledged by way of the recommendation for the Social Transformation Committee, that we had to go into these places and treat with a whole number of issues. Who talk about employment, I get that. Who talk about creating opportunities for the people in there, I get that. But you will not be able to do that if you have gang control, bloodshed being the order of the day. We will not be able to have that impact on those communities, and the next 10 years we'll be saying the same thing, only that it will be more, because the trajectory has been, if from 2014 it was 403, but in 2025 we're now to 625. What will happen next year and the year after that? That is what, as a government, we are trying to treat with. Holistically, treating with the issue. But the fact of the matter is, we must stop the bloodshed first of all. I want to ask the Senate to work with this administration, and let's save lives. It is simply that. We can't afford to continue normalizing the death of young black men, because that's what's happening now. It has become normal. If we fail to act now, for whatever, I'm really not interested in politics. It's real to me. It is absolutely real. I've heard a lot of persons talk about the communities. I know for one, I know these communities. I've walked in these communities. I know persons throughout this east-west corridor. I know about John. I know about Beverly Hills. I know about Canada. I know about Picton Road. I know about Chumakak. I know real people. I know persons who have lost their lives. This is not the thing that I'm trying to figure out. Who feel they don't understand those communities, if there's a curfew you're trying to prevent, that curfew already exists. And I am saying to you that police presence are welcomed in those communities. That is what they need, not for it to be a long term, but so that we can start helping the communities. We cannot make us normal that Laventille will be Laventille and Mova will be Mova and Belmont and Diego Martin and just forget it for the next 10, 20 years. It's going to only get worse. And there is nothing else that has worked. Everything we tried, all this stuff, like we tried to figure it out. We all know the answer. Stop the murders and then engage in intervention. But you had to stop the murders, you had to control the gangs.
Otherwise you have no credibility.
Or you will not be able to advance anything in those communities. Mr. President, with those few words, thank you.
The Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of the People, Social Development, and Family Services.
Mr. President, good evening. I thank you for letting me rise to contribute to this debate. I wish you the happiest New Year greetings from myself and the rest of my colleagues. Mr. President, 20-odd speakers have come before me. Some have bellowed, hollow and loud. Some have spouted ludicrous what-ifs with fear-mongering behind them that is really projection disguised as prediction. I'll come to that one later. We have given the real-life experiences of citizens on the ground. We have given statistics and reasoning to how the initial steps will help to curb crime, which is all of us are here to achieve. So with all of that being said, what's left for me? What I will try to do this evening is to give my lived experience as the reasoning for this bill. My lived experience making sure that I, at worst, only skirt the experience of zones and hotspots. I'll also address one that hasn't quite been answered and has been very misguided by the opposition. That is the true nature of what the third step of the ZOSO is supposed to be. So, Mr. President, I grew up in rural countryside Trinidad and Tobago. For me, gangs, warfare, the concept of safe versus unsafe spaces was a foreign concept until I moved to Jamaica to study. So, Senator Murray, I think, will understand. I didn't want to live on hall, on campus. we went to rent apartments off campus. As a medical student, we wanted to stay close to the university. The closest apartment buildings to the university are near Papine Market. And we were told off the bat where to go and where not to go, where is considered safe, where is not considered safe. Being a country girl, a market was, to me, I thought, a convenience. Get my fresh goods. I'd cooked my own food. But I was told very clearly, do not go there. Do not go there alone. If you dare to go there, take a Jamaican with you, a big person with you. Now, to me, that instruction, it posed just a hindrance. It meant, okay, I can't get the fresh goods there. I have to go down to Ligony and go and get my goods in the grocery. But to me, it's an inconvenience, it's a hindrance. To the persons who live there, who live in Papine, it wasn't just a hindrance and an inconvenience. It's a tragic and inescapable way of life for them. It was virtually making them invisible Jamaican citizens, trying to live day to day in what would later become their own Zosos. So today, I will speak on behalf of the similarly invisible citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I will speak for the grandmother in Enterprise who sleeps on her floor because the windows are no longer safe. I will speak for the father in Laventille who has to pay a tax to a gang leader to be allowed to drive into his community in his own car and park on his own street. Because we are currently living in a nation of two Trinbagos. We've had people stand and try to say that crime happens in this area, this area, this area, and they were listed, trying to say that hotspots maybe don't exist. All of Trinidad and Tobago is crime-ridden, which is not wrong. There is crime all across Trinidad and Tobago, but to stand here and say that hotspots don't exist has to be a twilight zone.
Ludicrous.
There are two Trinidad and Tobagos. One exists in a room of boardrooms, in malls, in yacht clubs, where a law is given and obeyed. And then there's the other Trinidad and Tobago, where the law of the land has been replaced by the law of the gun. Mr. President, we have to look at the data. In 2024, we have heard the record number, 625 murders, 43% of which were linked directly to gang activity. And while the national murder rate did see the 42% decline in 2025, with the expiration of this national state of emergency, that piece, that benefit, that decline is still very fragile. More importantly, it is geographically uneven. At our last sitting, there was a call for a demonstrable threat to public safety to be shown before an area can be declared a ZOSO. There was also an attempt to illustrate that crime remains across all areas and that if we set up a ZOSO in one place, crime would migrate to another. So let us get into the real math of the problem. Statistics from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Crime Analysis Unit, these are reports from 2024 and 2025, show that while crime did fall nationally during the SOEs, the density of violence in areas like Port of Spain and northern divisions still remains at crisis levels. The numbers calculate that in some blocks, the murder rate is 12 times the national average. For those who ask the source of the density statistics, we can break it down for them. The national homicide rate in 2024 was 45 persons per 100,000. But if you localize that data to Port of Spain and the northern divisions, it paints a much darker picture. In certain districts within East Port of Spain, the murder rate, when scaled, was not 45, it was 500 per 100,000, more than 12 times the national rate. Further data for hotspots. The Trinidad Guardian the Trinidad Newsday, on December 30th and 31st respectively, noted that more than half of the deaths in 2024 were in a few specific corridors. So they didn't say hotspots, they had a different term. International advisories. Some on the other side, I think Ms. Jones-Simmons was afraid of us declaring ZOSOs and having countries then put out bulletins about Trinidad and Tobago being a no-go zone. We had our Senator Nakhid point out as well that it already exists. It already exists now on the websites of the US Department of State and the Government of Canada. Last year and this year it remains. These exact corridors are even listed: Laventille, Beetham, Sealots, Cocorit, Enterprise. We already have hotspots named and labeled. Internationally famous. These are areas where Trinidad and Tobago's sovereignty of state is challenged daily by gang governance. These are areas where the ZOSO bill is not just a policy, but will be a lifeline for these people.
Well said. You're doing good.
So, Mr. President, the maths doesn't lie. There are hotspots, and there are different realities in these hotspots to other areas in Trinidad and Tobago. This bill is meant to be a bridge between those two Trinidad and Tobagos, because they have caused our law-abiding residents who live there to suffer a far inferior quality of life. Statistics will show those areas have higher rates of poverty, homicide, violent crime, and lower rates of academic success, lower income per household, and the list goes on. They are not going to be stigmatized. They already are stigmatized. These situations and these statistics have only correctly, as Senator Baptiste said, gotten worse over time, and they will get worse in the following decades if nothing is done. So this bill, to save our people, calls a spade, and aims to address and improve. We aim to take the bull by the horns, as it were. It is an admission that the traditional methods have failed these communities. Senator Baptiste showed us how time and time again we tried to change commissioners, we tried to change national security ministers, and it doesn't work. So if these policing efforts have failed these communities, this bill will be a commitment that we will no longer allow gang governance to supersede the state's governance. This bill seeks to copy and paste the best of several approaches in several countries. It seeks to replicate the successful transformation in urban areas in the United States that were once considered lost to violence. So some of those examples will be in Wilmington, Delaware, where they had the Operation Weed and Seed, where the city center saw a 25% reduction in violent crimes. But even after that, for the fears that once you step in and stop the crime and remove the police presence, that there would be a rebound, they converted those areas that were gang-controlled into community parks and vocational centers. That was the seed part of their plan. In High Point, North Carolina, they had the High Point model of focused deterrence that successfully dismantled open-air drug markets and gang territories. The state's help or the state's hand was their motto. Crime plummeted by 57% in those areas. Now, Mr. President, it is suggested in our last sitting that weeding out criminal elements, as I said before, would simply make them relocate elsewhere. Mr. President, I may agree with that foretelling. That's why I'm glad this bill is not a static one. This bill declares hotspots for zones for prescribed periods, up to 180 days. It then allows the withdrawal of the status from one area. It allows the designation of the status in another area, effectively managing the concept of criminal migration and relocation. It therefore allows for the movement of our additional forces and resources where and when they are needed as it develops over time. The concept will be far more beneficial and less imposing than a continued nationwide SOE. During our last sitting again, assumptions were made in an attempt to illustrate overdramatic, overreaching, unrealistic scenarios of ZOSO cordons and curfews negatively affecting law-abiding citizens. The most laughable one I recall is the imagery of a pregnant woman in labor unable to leave her community because of cordons and curfews. Mr. President, my experience during the SOEs, as a then practicing obstetrician and gynecologist in a public hospital, one, the workers could get out of the zone and go to work when they needed to work. Police officers would know when told, you have a job, you run a shift, you are going to your job. When I left outside curfew hours to go to my job, patients in labor, pregnant women in labor, were able to get to hospital outside of curfew hours. Police escorted them to us. So the imagery and the what-ifs and the assumptions that are overly dramatic and unrealistic, fear-mongering tactics, they are getting a little old and a lot see-through. The other comments made by the same senator is that we are going to do all of this and stigmatize people and do this and that, and for what? And the quote was, to do what? Stop a few gangs? Well, Senator Atz cleared that one up for us. 180 gangs with 1,700 members that we know of. I don't know about you, Mr. President, but I wouldn't call that a few. Mr. President, in the other place, the opposition labeled this bill a mini SOE. Again, fundamentally mistaken. A state of emergency is a blunt, temporary instrument. This bill is sustainable, long-term, surgical transformations of the community. This bill introduces, as stated, the clear, hold, build strategy, a model derived from counterinsurgency theories, but then adapted to urban safety. So its steps are straightforward. I'll mention the first two quickly, and I'll spend some time on the third. Clear, we've had lots of debate about security forces coming in to displace the criminal elements, but unlike the SOE, this isn't a raid and retreat. There's the second part, hold. This is a critical phase that maintains a security presence that is permanent, human rights centered, and the bill mandates a joint command as per Clause 9 and the body-worn cameras as per Clause 13. All to note that we are not aiming to occupy these as enemy areas, we're aiming to hold them as protectors. So on to the third, build. To me, this is where this bill truly shines. Within 5 days of a zone being declared, a social transformation committee must be established. This gem is what the opposition prophesied to become a talk shop. So let's spend a little time here on what they prophesize, on what they predict. Because it is not a prediction, it is their projection. This committee is to be constituted in each zone. It is supposed to comprise a wide range of skill sets, all aimed at achieving comprehensive, sweeping transformation of the community. It's meant to achieve this by identifying areas for real change and then achieve preset goals. So I will give an example of why I think the opposition has made a prediction, but it is really a projection of what they have done in the past. There was a standing committee on child protection in the last government that arose after the Justice Judith Jones report. So this committee was aimed at better serving and improving the lives of our most vulnerable setting, our children who live in community residences, orphanages. This committee was set up, and I had the opportunity of looking at the minutes of the committee over the years it was convened, 2.5 about. And I can safely say that committee was the real talk shop. Over the nearly 3 years, it had dozens of preset goals assigned to it from the task force after the Justice Judith Jones report. Of all of those goals, one was fully implemented. One. Its members, its attendance, abysmal. Some members showed up once, never showed up again. Other members never showed up at all. They asked cabinets for tens of millions of dollars for projects to achieve, for funding to achieve their goals through various projects. But nothing has materialized. If this is what they think a committee should comprise, that is what they will project and predict. We are not that.
Well said. Poetic, poetic.
All this, Mr. President, to say, we know their attempts at prophesizing how this bill will fail are going to crumble, because their predictions are based on nothing more than their own track record. Mr. President, in reality, the build phase of this bill, the Social Transformation Committee, is the most revolutionary part of this legislation. It recognizes that if you don't fix broken streetlights, the gang will use the darkness. If you don't provide vocational training, the gang will provide a job with a Glock. Sorry, I did go to Jamaica. If you don't fix water leaks, the gang leader will be the one providing the truck-borne water. We are here to replace the gang as the provider, with the state as the provider. They were also then, after trying to call it a talk shop, concerned that this crucial stage would lag behind the other two. Again, projection, not prediction. To show that we do not lag, we will show our own track record. My line minister, Minister Mohit, Minister of the People, Social Development and Family Services, under the guidance of our Honourable Prime Minister, has developed a track record within social services. And this has been the veritable opposite of lagging. Senior citizens' pension backlogs we have cleared from 2,300 to just 175. We have distributed just under $5 million in relief, grant relief for victims of flood and fire through our disaster relief assistance.
PNM didn't do that.
No, PNM didn't do that.
PNM didn't do that.
PNM didn't do that. Some of those disaster relief victims have been waiting 2-3 years for relief. We didn't lag. Primary operations were finally started at the long-dormant NTRC. That's the National Therapeutic and Resource Center in Carsonfield, formerly the NEC. That's another facility that they slapped a plaque on, opened, and never operationalized, never functioned.
Shame on them.
We have therefore established a social service track record of swift, decisive action, not lagging.
Tell them.
Mr. President, the social transformation committees in each of these ZOSOs will be no different. Swift, decisive action.
You're going good. Tell them.
Mr. President, we are not the first nation to face this conundrum. I've illustrated the US. We've also looked to our neighbors in Jamaica. They passed their reform bill in 2017, which was after I attended, but I won't give the exact years, else Senator Lewis will be able to figure out my age after all. The results of their bill are not anecdotal, they are empirical. My own lived experience is that after their bill's implementation, students that ventured there from Trinidad and Tobago after me were able to come back and say that they felt safer walking in the streets in Jamaica at night than they did here in Trinidad and Tobago. They felt safer walking in the streets in the night in Jamaica than they did in their own home. As elaborated by Senator Murray, it is the Mount Salem zone alone, 48% decrease in the first few years. Augustown, staggering 66% decrease. Why? Because the Jamaican government didn't just arrest, didn't just clear and hold. They spent millions of dollars on social investments. They paved roads, they issued land titles, they built community centers, they gave out birth certificates. There was a comment about that as well, because it seems like a funny thing if you don't want to think about it, if you think it's wasting time. But there are also people in Trinidad now in hotspots who don't have birth certificates. It's important to be able to go in and give them their birth certificates, else they cannot get a national ID, driver's license, passport, access any social services. So there is value in going in and building all these things for all of these citizens. We intend to give these people a stake in their own communities. And yes, Senator Dan Paul did give a colorful background story on assumptions of how Jamaica funded their social transformation. An anecdote about the US and the IMF.
No quote Dan Paul, no quote.
My only thought and comment there, it is a good thing our Honorable Prime Minister has kept us aligned with the US. Beyond the Caribbean, when we looked at the Operation Weed and Seed, we looked at Delaware, we also looked at Seattle, Washington. Those areas were formally designated as no-go zones before they passed their projects. The seeding services there have been prioritized, and those no-go zones have all flourished. So that's the US, that's Jamaica, El Salvador. The English interpretation for their plan would be Plan Control Territorial. While we do not seek to replicate their mass incarcerations, we do seem to replicate their ability to reclaim territories as free, true, flourishing areas throughout their country. Mr. President, we too have to admit that we do have no-go zones. We have to realize that there are places in Trinidad and Tobago where law enforcement cannot go, but more importantly, citizens cannot go. Public servants wanting to offer service cannot go on their own. And it hampers our efforts to help those who are most in need from a social development point of view. We have had social workers who need to do home visits, who need to go to persons' homes to evaluate them, to do their standard means testing. And they cannot go to those hotspot areas without police escort. Sometimes even with police escort, they say, no, they can't go. We are already in a situation where we cannot help our most vulnerable citizens because we cannot get to them.
They can't collect garbage in Melanie.
A zone of Azoso will help us. The police present will allow us to be able to go in and give the most vulnerable the help they need. Mr. President, imagine how much more my ministry could do to help them. When the state establishes a permanent presence the psychology of the street itself changes. The law-abiding majority will finally feel safe enough to be able to cooperate with police and receive the services we have to offer. Our social transformation committees will provide oversight in areas of not only social safety and social development, but also, we've heard the list, we've seen the listing down to the letter X: health, education, law, local government, works and infrastructure, public utilities, children's authority, gender-based violence, and the list goes on. A gamut of skills to truly transform an entire community. Mr. President, consider also, we touched on the idea of mental health, but let's narrow down on the idea as it has been expressed for youths. Consider the emotional poverty of our hotspots. A generation of young men who statistically, with grounds, don't believe they will live to see the age of 25. 25, not even, Senator Lewis considered 42, 44, young. Not barely half of that. That is a failure of governance. When a young man sees a gang leader with a gold chain and an automatic rifle as a successful person in his neighborhood, he isn't choosing crime, he's adapting to the environment that he's in. The Zoso model is designed to break this cycle. We're going to invade communities, but not with bullets, with social workers, with engineers, with educators, and we're going to end gang tax. No more paying for protection. This bill is an act of equity. Why should a child in West Moorings have a better chance of living to adulthood than a child in Sealots? By passing this bill, we are declaring that sovereignty is indivisible. Every street in this republic belongs to the citizens and people of Trinidad and Tobago. With this bill, the law will reign supreme on every one of them. Mr. President, I hear concerns regarding Section 4 and 5 of the Constitution, the warrantless searches, the loss of constitutional rights. I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of it. I'm sure there are others who will try. Because at the end of the day, what about the right to life? What about the right to liberty for thousands of citizens currently imprisoned in their own homes by gang warfare? What about the basic right to safety in one's own home? Mr. President, we have included undeniable safeguards in this bill, no matter how the other side may try to critique. A joint command reporting every 30 days to national security councils, the body cameras to prevent police brutality, immediate access to the magistrates for any detainee, and of course the Social Transformation Committee. That will be transparent and accountable. We are using a 3/5 majority because we recognize these powers are serious. But the alternative, the one the opposition had done, or sorry, not done, they did nothing, while our brothers and sisters were slaughtered, that was the real violation of the Constitution. Mr. President, I therefore present this bill as a mandate for peace. It is a recognition that hotspots are not just crime scenes. They are whole vulnerable communities in need of a rescue mission. And we are going to weed out the violence and seed the hope. As I close, Mr. President, I want the residents of our most troubled areas to hear me. The state is coming for you. Not to hurt you, but to help you. We are coming to stay. We are coming to build. And I urge every senator in this room, independent, government and opposition, to look past the politics. Please consider the mother who is tired of crying. Consider the woman and the young girl wearing 3 layers of clothes. Consider the child. Consider the child who deserves a playground, not a graveyard. Consider the opportunity for the restoration of rule of law. History will not forgive us, Mr. President, if this bill is not passed. Real lives depend on it coming into action before the end of this month. And with that, Mr. President, I thank you.
Mr. President, at this point, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, January 27, 2026 at 1:30 p.m., when we shall resume debate on the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Bill 2026.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, January 27th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, January 27th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m.